If you ever find yourself driving alone at night, maybe after a night of drinking with friends or getting off work late, or just pushing yourself to reach a distant destination, refusing to stop for a rest, and suddenly you find yourself on a road that does not appear on your GPS or map, unsure how you even got there. It just may be that you have unknowingly been selected for 7 Turns Road. Take a deep breath. Follow my guide exactly. I've traveled this road many times myself. The first thing you need to know is that there's no turning back. There's no getting out of there. No stopping. No going backwards. Only forwards. You need to understand this clearly. You've been chosen. I've got no idea why. There's no rituals, no secret incantations or hidden routes to memorize. Believe me, I've looked for patterns. I've tried to outsmart the road, and I've failed every time. The truth is simple, and rather unsettling. You'll never find the road intentionally. It finds you. At first, it's subtle. After making just one turn, your original route blends seamlessly into an endless stretch. It feels both familiar and surreal. It does not matter where you were originally heading. You'll know with absolute certainty that you're on 7 Turns Road when the temperature abruptly plummets and the roadside signs begin to blur, warp, or become totally nonsensical. You might see dreamlike symbols, distorted letters, upside-down markers, and you'll feel it deep in your gut. Don't fixate on the signs. That's how it tricks you into losing control. You can slow down, even stop briefly. Hell, if panic sets in hard enough, you can even step outside for a breath. But don't make that a habit. Those who get comfortable leaving their vehicle don't tend to survive very long. Listen carefully. Memorize these steps and accept the reality that you have entered. The only path out is straight ahead. Continue along the road. Wherever you started, you would feel somewhat familiar, yet increasingly distant. Eventually, this stretch will lead you to a second turn. Your car's radio, it will switch on automatically. Any attempts to turn it off or even adjust the volume will fail. At first, you might hear faint white noise. This will gradually evolve into a woman's soft muttering. It's just indecipherable gibberish that slowly transforms into coherent words, spilling out your darkest secrets, hidden truths that you've told no one. I was terrified the first few times, but keep your eyes glued to the road. Your headlights are your only illumination, and you cannot afford to crash here. Ignore the woman. Keep driving until the next turn appears. By the third turn, any lingering sense of familiarity of your surroundings will vanish entirely. A dense, oppressive forest will surge upwards, its thick, tangled branches arching overhead. It will form an almost suffocating canopy, enclosing you completely. On either side of the road, animals will appear, standing impossibly still. Foxes, squirrels, bears, birds, all fixated like grotesque statues. Their empty, hollow eyes will lock onto your every movement, heads slowly pivoting in unnatural synchronization as your vehicle passes by. Keep driving. Do not acknowledge them. They're not animals. Not anymore. They are mere husks, puppeteered by the road itself as silent watchers. If curiosity compels you to glance again, and trust me, you shouldn't, you'll notice those husks beginning to distort, melting, as if made from wax beneath a relentless flame. Their fur, it will melt away in thick, wet clumps, revealing slick, gleaming surfaces beneath. Their eyes will liquefy, dribbling slowly from their sockets in streams of vicious decay. The forest around you, it will fill with the sickly sounds of dripping, the quiet cracks and pops of joints shifting beneath unraveling skin. Stop. Eyes forward, now. Keep your foot steady on the gas. Just pretend you never even saw them. Because I assure you, they saw you. At the fourth turn, your fuel gauge will begin to plummet alarmingly fast. Your headlights will flicker. Just remain calm. The road is trying to entice you to exit your vehicle. Do not do this. You're safe if you remain inside. Your speedo will become erratic. Just try to maintain a steady, comfortable speed. The radio's whispering will grow louder, clearer. The woman's voice will narrate every tiny detail of your existence. Every blink, every heartbeat, every breath you take. Even the sweat dripping down your back onto your seat. Pay her no attention. Your focus must remain solely on the road until the next turn. On the fifth turn, a gentle snowfall begins. Serene at first, softly coating your car. Normally, this might be calming, but the snow quickly intensifies. You will notice your hearing fading alongside the thickening snowfall. The harsh wind buffeting your vehicle. That will abruptly stop. Your engine sounds will disappear, followed by your own panicked breathing. All you'll have left is a faint ringing in your ears. Visibility deteriorates until your headlights barely illuminate the blizzard. This snow goes on endlessly, miles upon miles. Don't look to the sides. Though silent, silhouettes are crawling slowly towards your car. They will attempt to pry their way inside or distract you into veering off the path. If you panic and leave the road, there's no getting back on it. You'll be stuck there. Some shadows will dash suddenly in front of your car, triggering your instincts to stop. Don't stop. Pretend they're not even there. Keep driving. They're not people. Eventually, you're going to encounter a sign, ever-changing, surreal, similar to those at the first turn. Each glance away alters its appearance, but this signals your sixth turn. Right after passing this shifting sign, turn right immediately. Do not miss it. On the 6th turn, your hearing will gradually return. The relentless snowstorm, which seemed eternal, will abruptly cease, melting away rapidly, leaving you all alone on the road. The road itself will deteriorate, becoming rough and worn, before shifting into gravel. Your car will shake violently, rattling over every pebble and rock. Soon, these sounds will grow louder, heavier, disturbingly similar to the snapping and breaking of bones beneath your tires. An open field will suddenly stretch out around you, filled with hundreds, no, maybe thousands of tall, dark figures. Initially, you might mistake them for dead, leafless trees. But then, you'll notice it. They're moving, slowly, unsteadily, towards your vehicle. The smallest of these entities tower near 10 feet tall, while the largest of them, they stretch closer to 20. Their elongated forms resemble charred bone fused with twisted bark. They possess smooth, featureless faces and deep, hollow mouths. They will emit anguished voices, cries, screams and pleas. It will sound like those who you have loved, lost, or failed. You're going to feel an overwhelming urge to stop and help them. Resist this. Accelerate now, as quickly as possible. That sound of cracking bones beneath your wheels, combined with their sorrowful cries, it will make this turn one of the worst you've encountered. While slow, they will inch closer to you. Speed past them. As you approach the final turn, a profound sense of relief and accomplishment will flood through you. You'll feel as if you've narrowly escaped digestion by something monstrous. This turn will be deceptively beautiful, almost rewarding, adorned with climbing roses and vibrant flowers. A sense of euphoria will briefly fill you until your headlights begin to flicker. Your dashboard lights flash erratically, and every warning signal activates simultaneously. Your vehicle will now abruptly die, coasting to a complete stop. With one flicker of your headlights, utter darkness, deeper than any you've ever known, will consume you. This is the final test. The road will now determine your fate. Remain inside, silent, still. Out of nowhere, you're going to hear tapping, knocking against your windows, doors, even above and beneath your car. Countless things have encircled you, and they are now inspecting your vehicle, breathing heavily, scratching against the exterior. Hold tightly to your steering wheel. Use this as an anchor, if you will. Do not brake or attempt to restart your car. Your car will begin shifting as they're pushing it towards something immense. You will hear shuffling footsteps, rapidly retreating, as though they are fearful of something. And then, that something will make itself known. Though invisible in the darkness, You will sense the sheer enormity of this thing. Your car will shift downwards, your stomach plummeting as adrenaline floods your veins. A sudden drop will follow. Your vehicle will descend into something terrible, crushing and grinding around you. You're going to hear the car being literally chewed apart, the metal shredding. Sharp edges will puncture through the floor, roof, and sides. Something will scrape against your flesh. The vehicle will compress tighter, the roof pressing inches from your face. Then, with a final, sickening spin, you yourself will plummet downwards, spiraling. This free fall will continue for minutes on end, and it's going to feel like hours, until finally, consciousness fades. You will awaken gasping on a quiet roadside, the exact place where Seven Turns Road first claimed you. Feel the grass, the dirt beneath your fingers. Breathe deeply. You've survived, for now. But surviving once does not mean freedom forever. I've travelled this road more times than sanity should allow, and each escape comes at a heavier price. Keep this guide safe, because the road won't forget you, nor will you ever know when it might claim you. Even as I finish typing this from the supposed safety of my driveway, I look up, and where my house should be stands an endless road stretching onwards. Signs distorted, beckoning. Seven Turns Road calls me again. This is a very strange story, one I'm still not sure what to make of. I went to my friend's apartment. This was many years ago, but I still remember this day very clearly. While I was eating and drinking, I felt like I wanted to have a cigarette, but smoking was prohibited in my friend's apartment. My friend tells me that we can go up to the rooftop. Sometimes people go up there to have a smoke. So, up we went. It feels good. The weather is fine because it's summer at this time. This was around 1 o'clock in the morning. As I'm smoking, I hear a voice. It's calling out from somewhere, like,
"Hello, hello, hello."
It sounded so clear, so I look around, but there's no one there. But I can clearly hear a voice saying,
"Hey, hello."
After a little while of this, another noise joins this. It's like a knocking sound, but with like a dull reverb to it, like boom, boom, boom. It goes on and on, like somebody knocking on a door far away. What is this noise? I began to focus in on the source, trying to identify where it's coming from. Now, I can clearly hear. It's coming from inside the water tank. The one right near me. Okay, this already frightened me, as it should be impossible to be hearing voices and movements from inside there. I can also see from the indicator that the tank is very full. This is dangerous now. Whatever or whoever is in there should not even be alive anymore. But they're calling to me. The thing is, I need to walk right back past that tank to get back inside the apartment building. Again.
Hey. Hello.
Boom. Boom. These noises continue. The knocking is getting faster also, more frantic. Slowly, I approached the water tank. I was convinced that there was something in there. It's still calling out from the inside, hitting the tank with tremendous force. What frightens me is, it's not like a call for help. There's no fear or panic in the voice. Just pure malice. When I was right alongside of that water tank, it screams at me and smashes on the tank with all its might. I quickly run down the stairs and open the door. As I'm running down and into the hall, an old man appears, maybe 70 years of age at a guess. He's just staring at me, and he says to me quietly, "Don't go up there at night. It will kill you." So a few years back, I made the move to the city, having secured a job with a relatively large finance company. The transition was exhilarating. Having grown up in the rural regions of Japan, this would be my first time living in the city. I was offered an apartment owned by the company. My weekly rent would be taken from my wage, and I was very happy with this. This way, everything was always taken care of. I wouldn't need to worry about a thing. The initial year of my new life was promising. Work was not overwhelming, and everything felt fresh, exciting. The second year, while busier, remained fairly normal. The job kept me occupied, but it was fulfilling, even though the novelty had somewhat worn off by then. The third year, however, my life began to turn gloomy. The workload in my department skyrocketed. The shift in my work commitments meant I was spending more and more hours at my desk. Even when I managed to get home, it would only be to sleep or to quickly change my clothes. Eventually, my living space began to reflect this, becoming extremely dirty, untidy. Even the bed was often completely covered in loose items. I would just push it all aside, try to find a small space to sleep in. I realized this was very unhealthy. Looking back, I know I should have acted sooner to get my life and my living space in order. But at the time, I was just so caught up in proving myself at work. It seemed like nothing else mattered. At some point in time, exactly when I struggle to recall, the company entered a break. Our department would still go into the office occasionally, but my working hours were significantly cut back. I finally had more free time at home, a chance to get myself in order. But did I? No, of course not. Instead, I entered something of a slump. Without that constant drive at work, I lacked any motivation. I would lay around in my dirty apartment, staring at the four walls, until such a time as I would be needed at the office. My days crawled along and blurred seamlessly into the nights. The filth around me continued to pile up. This vicious cycle drove me crazy. I would often have a great deal of trouble actually getting to sleep at night. I would lay awake, just browsing on my phone or playing games. And it was on one of these sleepless nights that I first noticed it. From the furthest corners of my vision, almost imperceptibly at first, it traversed my room. I was initially terrified. What I was looking at lacked any definitive shape, morphing between amorphous states like clouds or haze. It exhibited colors ranging from black to grey, purple, red, and everything in between. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone. This thing continued to appear to me over the next few weeks, and each night, things would progress. Eventually, it began to take on a more humanoid form. I did not have a clue what this thing was, but for some reason, I began to call it Nanika. It is very strange to think back on this. I know I should have been terrified, witnessing something so unexplained in nature. Don't get me wrong, I was scared, but because it had appeared so gradually, I somehow learned to sit with the fear, regardless of how real this had become. Despite my fear of it, Nanika never interfered with me. These nightly visits continued, and I just adapted to this bizarre routine. Eventually, though, the living conditions in my apartment reached an all-time low. This was where the turning point came about. I awoke one night, garbage and loose clothes all around me, with a feeling that something was ever so slightly off. There, right above me, stood Nanika. But something was terribly wrong. Its face was so close to mine, stretched unnaturally from the point of its shoulders. It had an awful scowl on its face, the sheer hatred radiating off this thing. It was paralyzing. I mean that quite literally. I could not move. I could only stare up at this horrible face. And when I say stare up, yes, I mean straight up. There stood Nanika, standing on the ceiling, her toes clinging to the fan. I recall being in a state similar to sleep paralysis. It was not that I physically couldn't move. It's that the fear was keeping me from doing so. I just lay there, staring up at this. As I did so, the strangest thing began to happen. This thing's mouth began to move. Open, close, open, close, almost rhythmically. Something about this did not feel right at all. I began to feel a kind of pull, like I knew that if I were to continue laying at that futon, I would be taken away. Not killed, not physically harmed in any way, but rather spirited away. I began to slowly, ever so slowly, crawl out from the sheets. What surprised me was that Nanika did not move in response to my flight, slow as it was. But her eyes did follow me. That strange mouth, opening and closing over and over. Slowly, I inched my way out of the bed, and the second my feet hit the floor, I ran. I ran out of that apartment, grabbing my keys from the hanger on the way, and I ran to my car. I was still in my PJs, but I didn't care. I opened my car door to jump in, taking one last glance up towards that apartment building. There stood Nanika. Not in my window. No. Not even in my apartment anymore. But standing right there in the entranceway, pressed against the glass, looking at me. It was in that moment I realized the severity of the situation that I had just escaped from. This entity, which had been in my room with me, walking around every night, right past me, was not gentle as I had assumed. It seemed to be a malicious spirit, something which was not simply there incidentally, not something which was merely content with causing fear or harassing for thrills, like a poltergeist or something like that. No, it was clear that this one was here for me, to get me, to take me. I drove away from that apartment. I stayed at my sister's place for the night, telling her all about everything that had happened to me. And she looked understandably shocked, but somehow understanding. I had no idea, and I still have no idea if she fully believed me, but at the very least, she did not dismiss what I was saying. Despite my pleas for her to stay away from that place, she insisted on going in there, checking the place out, so she said. Eventually, I very reluctantly agreed. Upon seeing the state of that apartment, she became very concerned. She told me I was to give her some money and leave her alone for the day. Come back later. I agreed. Within that one day, my sister had returned the space to the warm, welcoming feeling that it had once radiated. I did not return to that apartment at night for some time, expecting that at any moment, Nanika may return. However, I did begin to spend some days there. Eventually, I gradually began to spend my nights there. But with the space now clean and vibrant, Nanika did not come back. Days became years, and Nanika never returned. My sister's intervention had seemingly disrupted this abnormal pattern which had haunted my nights. I am eternally grateful for her assistance. It would seem that this thing came into being as a result of my depressive surroundings and way of life. More disturbingly, though, it did not seem confined to that very space which it had materialized within. After all, it had tried to follow me outside that night. Would this pursuit have continued had my sister not intervened. Honestly, I'll never know. I have never, and never will again, allow my life and surroundings to fall into such a state of despair. I have seen firsthand the energies that such a lifestyle may attract. During my later high school days, I suffered greatly from anxiety and depression. I was something of a high achiever in high school, so my days were packed, and night times were the seldom hours of the day that I would have to myself to relax. It was because of this that I developed the habit of taking nighttime walks around my city. I lived just outside the city centre, so my neighbourhood made for an ideal environment for these late-night, peaceful walks to clear my head. I cherished those late hours between 2 and 3 a.m, when the world was silent and I could roam free without any disturbances. One evening, as I embarked on my usual nocturnal walk, I noticed a man. He was dressed in a grey suit, resembling like a salaryman. This was very unusual and set me slightly on edge. It wasn't merely his presence, but where he was and what he was doing. He was standing on the slide in a park that I would often walk by. As I approached, he had his gaze fixed on me. His expression was unreadable from my distance. Initially put off by this, I somewhat brushed it off. It wasn't uncommon for businessmen to be stumbling their way home after a night of drinking at this time. I all but forgot about it, and I continued on my walk. I strolled down and around a few blocks before circling back around to come home, around half an hour later. Heading back up the hill towards my house, I found myself in front of that same park again. To my surprise, that man was still standing on the slide, seemingly unchanged since the last time I passed by, over half an hour earlier. I felt a chill as I slowly approached the park, step by step. I considered turning back, going another way, but I was already practically adjacent to him by now, and I noticed something. He was staring almost intently at me. His face was weird. It wasn't quite a scowl, but it was not a smile either. It was like his nose, upper lip, and eyebrows were just kind of forcibly contorted upwards. Something about him staring at me like that, it told me that I should just stay on my path, not make any sudden movements, just continue on. I was almost past the park when suddenly he dropped down from the slide. This startled me, and I kind of stumbled where I was. But in that moment, whether he mistook my stumbling as flight, or if this was going to happen regardless, he broke into a sprint, and so did I. It was the sound of rapid footsteps closing in behind me that initially caused me to look back. I wish I didn't. I wish I had just kept running, oblivious to what was going on. As I looked back, This man was chasing me. But what I was looking at was so very wrong. He was arched backwards, diagonally, still with that strange expression on his face. Despite his posture, he was moving at immense speed. I sprinted, faster than I ever had before. But still, even in that insane posture, he was managing to keep pace with me. No human being should be able to do this. This is not human. I decided to round a corner, and thankfully, as I did, that man also turned in the opposite direction and ran off down an alleyway. His body was arching backwards, tipping from side to side. I will never forget that face, never once changing, as he chased after me before he disappeared into the night. This is a story I heard from a club advisor when I was in junior high school. I went camping in a village in Wakayama Prefecture with a friend of mine. As the sun is going down, my friend and I are busy setting up the tent, getting the fire going. Suddenly, my friend calls out to me, "Hey, is this yours?" He's holding a sandal, one that looks very old and frayed. "Idiot," I say to him. "Of course it's not mine. It's old and ruined. Throw it away." My friend threw the sandal into the river, and that was that. Not long later, the sun was finally setting. We're both in our tent, preparing to sleep. And it's then that we hear it. A dragging sound, all around us. Of course, my friend is in the tent with me. So who is dragging something around our tent? I can't see any people around me. I don't know what's happening. This something, which is outside the tent, is walking all around and around in the darkness. It's not normal. When my friend looks outside, there's nothing there. But when we go back inside the tent, we can hear it again. Footsteps and the dragging. We become very, very scared at this point, and we jump out of the tent. Our campsite is still partway illuminated by the dying fire, so we feel a little bit safer out there. We decide to stay outside, prepare some food, just to take our minds off whatever is happening. A little while after this, we've cleaned up from our cooking, and by this time, we've somewhat forgotten the sounds from earlier. Once again, we prepare to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, I awake with a start. The sounds like dragging are back. It seems that my friend who was sleeping next to me also noticed the sound and woke up along with me. We are both now just listening to this sound. Again, the footsteps are walking around the tent, circling it. We both get scared and crawled into our sleeping bags. I fell asleep before too much longer, convincing myself that the sound was the wind or something like that. When I wake up the next morning, there's no more dragging sound. As soon as my friend wakes up too, he starts cleaning up the tent. I guess he wants to get out of there as soon as possible. During our cleanup, we noticed that there is a crowd of people under the bridge, just across the river. And we see that the police are there. When my friend asks them what is going on, they tell him. Apparently, an old woman's body was found in the river. The corpse was missing one of her sandals. We both go very quiet. Had we just slept only meters from a dead body? My friend turned pale and said something to me that will always stay with me. The water corpse. It was here, looking for its sandal. I went to university in Sapporo, up in Hokkaido, and I'd like to tell you about something rather unusual that I first witnessed during my college years. Recent events have brought this to the forefront of my mind once again, and I feel compelled to share this story here. Me and my group of friends would often frequent this quiet little bar near my college dorm. We enjoyed meeting here for the peace and quiet, as it was located outside of the city centre, down a barely used laneway. We would often stay here until the early hours of the morning, just unwinding from a long week of studies. It was on one of these regular end-of-week meetups that we saw it for the first time. It was maybe 6 p.m. when my friend gently taps me on the shoulder. He points to the other side of the building, to a window high up on the wall. There is a figure peeking into the store from outside the window. It looks like a young woman. She stands there, just staring in at us for minutes on end. And at this point, we're beginning to grow quite uncomfortable. We are the only people in the bar. It's weird that she's staring right at us. "Excuse me, miss," my friend calls to her. "Are you looking for someone?" She just stands there, peeking inside. We didn't care too much at first, content to just turn away and ignore her. But she does not move, even after 10 minutes or so. It's then that my friend and I decide to approach the bartender, ask him what this is all about. Perhaps this woman is just lost. She can't be allowed to just stand there and stare at people though. It's making us very uncomfortable. We go to the bar, and we inform the bartender as to what's happening. But we notice that he is already staring in that direction, an uneasy look in his eyes. "Yes, I am aware of it," the bartender says to us. "It's weird, isn't it?" my friend says. "Maybe you can just ask her to leave." The bartender turned back to us, and he very pointedly says, "Maybe it's best not to look at that." We were very stunned, but we returned to our table, simply turning away from the window and minding our business. We remained very aware of this woman though, who continued to just stand there, right at the edge of our vision. Then, suddenly, she moved. Not like a walking motion though, more like a sliding movement. Normally, when humans move, their shoulders will move. Hers did not. From that point on, we didn't see that woman anymore. She did not pass by any other windows. Nothing. Just gone. We simply sat there in stunned silence before one of my friends said, "That was not a thing of this world." Many years passed. My friends and I were still living and working in Sapporo. We wanted to catch up and relive old times. We went back to that restaurant together one Sunday evening. During the meal, my eyes drifted to one of the windows behind my friend, and I froze. There's that woman again. It's the same as before. She is peeking into the bar from outside one of the windows. My friend turns around to look, and immediately returns his gaze to his food. He tells me something about seeing that woman again feels very wrong. Moments, which drag on for what feels like hours, pass by, before finally I look back up. "It's gone," I say to my friend, who simply nods to me, refusing to turn around to confirm. It's been more than 10 years since I first saw it, yet it did not look any different than it did the first time. Both the physical appearance and the expression on her face as she peeped into that window. It is exactly the same. She's not aged. She's not changed. The clothing is the same. That stance is the same. And the way it moves, almost like floating. No movements as she walks. It was when we left the restaurant though, and what we see next, that really gave me chills. When we left the restaurant and looked up to the window where we first saw the woman peeking in, it is far above our heads. It's not a place where any human should be able to stand upright and look in. You would need to be over 8 feet tall to look in through that window. I like to keep silkworms as a hobby. They're just such fascinating creatures to me. Staring into their enclosure, watching them go about their work, it's so soothing. But I want to tell you about something that happened to me one evening on my way to collect the mulberry leaves for their food. Something I really cannot explain. I was walking along the road. The path that I need to take to get to the mulberry bushes, it runs alongside the freeway. As I was walking, I noticed another area across the freeway and a little ways down a small incline. There was what looked like a group of mulberry trees down there, which I had not noticed before, growing around a small pond. I decided that I might go down there to get some leaves. It's still a ways down this road to get to my usual spot, so if I can save 15 minutes, I will. I was looking to my left and then to my right to check for cars when I see it. At a great speed, coming down the road on the left, a person is running towards me, right at the edge of the lane. I didn't know what to think. This was a freeway. It did not make sense. Why is this person running down this road? How is he moving so very fast? As he passes me by, he extends his arm, reaching for me. I pull back. I'm thinking, maybe he's trying to pull me into the traffic. This entire scene only gets more bizarre as I continue to watch him. He is veering off the road. He runs down the hill and he dives headfirst into that pond by the side of the road. I wasn't so scared anymore, but just laughing, as I guess this is just a crazy person. I continue walking to the mulberry trees, past that pond where that person just jumped into. As I'm walking, I begin to feel a bit uneasy now. It seems that this man has still not come up from under the water. That's not normal. He must have been down there a couple of minutes by now. Unless he somehow got out while I was crossing the road, but I didn't think so. Right as I'm passing by the pond, his arm extends again from beneath the black pond water. It is reaching for me. I don't understand this. I forget all about gathering any leaves. I turn and I run very fast back home. Perhaps you're reading this and you think that's not very scary. It's just a crazy guy. You can just go around him. But you don't understand. What truly scared me, when his arm grabbed for me, it stretched out from that pond for at least 2 meters. The following is a tale involving a friend of mine. Let's call him Haruki. Hailing from Okinawa, Haruki had a mischievous streak in his younger days. He always had this unusual obsession with the supernatural, forever trying to answer that question: are ghosts real? Haruki desperately wanted to know. One night, Haruki and his friends drove out to this old, abandoned air raid shelter by a beach around midnight. Haruki had heard talk of spirits still inhabiting that place. He wanted to catch sight of something for himself. They broke in, scaling the fences surrounding the place, and they proceeded to run around screaming and shouting, stirring up a ruckus, attempting to raise the attention of any lingering spirits. At some point during the night, Haruki took off his shirt, handed his camera to his friends, walked into the sea and began splashing around. Now, this is all second-hand information from our mutual friend, of course, but at this point, I'm told his friends began to think Haruki was going a bit too far. He shouted to his friends to keep pointing the camera, though, to keep taking pictures. He wanted proof that something was out there. His friends warned him that this was not safe at all. Even if there is nothing paranormal going on, it's late at night. There's sharks in those waters. They'll be feeding in the darkness. Thankfully, nothing of that nature occurred. But here is where things took a turn. It was when Haruki emerged from the sea. He found his friends staring at the digital camera screen. They were all pointing, shouting. Haruki asks them, "What's happening? What's the problem?" and his friend shows him the camera, pointing to a distinct figure some distance behind Haruki. "Someone is drowning," they shouted, and they all turned their gaze out towards the sea. As they move closer, they can indeed see someone out there. A child, just bobbing up and down in the water, quite far out. "What? Where? I can't see," shouted one of his companions. "There, right there, can't you see?" Haruki pointed out towards the dark waters. In a panic, they begin to scream for help, bashing on the door of a nearby hut. "We must get help quickly. Where is the night guard?" They all shouted and continued frantically knocking. Thinking nobody was coming, Haruki began to run back towards the sea. In the midst of all the commotion, an old fisherman finally appeared from the hut, seemingly quite distressed. "Stop," he yelled to Haruki. "No, but there is a child out there," Haruki frantically explained. The fisherman once again sternly ordered Haruki to stop where he was. "Can't you see it?" the fisherman asked. "Of course I see. He is drowning. He needs our help," Haruki snapped back. The fisherman again persisted. "Look closely. Look at his face. Does that child seem as though he is asking for help?" Haruki took a few more steps towards the sea, and he froze. No. He's laughing. The fisherman sighed. "That is why I am here. That is why I put up the signs preventing entry. To ensure things like this do not happen. People like you jump in to help, and the water corpse will drag you under." I've always loved trains. There's just something about them, isn't there? Not as blustery and self-involved as cars, nor as loud and angry and expensive as planes. Trains move with a gentle, rattling hum, ferrying the public to far climes for a small fee. Nowadays, you have the smooth maglevs, which sound almost like gliding alien engines whirring by. But me, I'm a fan of the old single-car trains, ricketing along rusting metal tracks that grow thick with untethered grass. There's a magic, a mystery to them, even a playfulness that modern trains just can't touch. And along with trains themselves, I also love train stations. Not the crowded major metropolitan ones, but the out-of-the-way stops. The places that people barely go to, that the trains stop at for nebulous reasons. The more isolated, overgrown and unkempt, the better. And if cars can't even reach them, now that's something special. I started what one might call my collection of stations back before college. My first big get was the Karur railway station in the UK, nestled in an unassuming area of peaks and valleys. The landscape surrounding a quaint white building with grey gabbled roofs sloping downward. An unimposing lock idled next to the site, waiting to freeze over again during the long winter months. I was lucky to go during the warmer season with my parents, back when my dad was still alive. I don't know if he was quite the train aficionado as I was, or if he particularly enjoyed being dragged into the middle of nowhere to see an uninspiring building and brownish green hillsides, but he did it, so I give him credit. While he may not have been impressed, I loved it. I had researched the area beforehand quite a bit, and to actually stand there and look around, take in the air and the sunlight, was mesmerizing. Almost like I'd stepped through the looking glass of another world that had only previously existed in my mind. I had to have more. I began focusing more spare time into it, charting out potential ways to travel cheaply around the country and the world, and figuring out which stations I wanted to see. It did help that train travel was reasonably inexpensive. As I whiled my way through the UK's list, going to places like Altnabrake Station in Scotland or the Sugarloaf in Wales, my real destination was Japan. Unsurprisingly, there's actually a term in Japanese for disused and remote railway stations. Hikyo stations, or secluded stations. There's whole websites devoted to them. Unfortunately, none in English, but I've done my best to try and map out which ones I want to see and document for myself. Japan is packed with them. Some so isolated it makes you wonder why they were even built there in the first place. One site in particular had a really active forum community. Although I couldn't read most of it, there were only sparks of English here and there. There were usually hundreds of photos and videos posted from enthusiastic train fans, which both salted my appetite and made me want the full experience all the more. After spending a while on the forums, you can tell which people could speak English well enough and which ones just used the usual loanwords here and there. One user in particular was active with the same screen name on another website devoted to trains, and he posted a lot of high-res photos as he travelled, which often had a lot more artistic merit than most. I messaged him and began a casual conversation, learning that he was actually an American who had lived there for a decade and change. And I knew what that was like. He had come upon his love of trains while commuting in and out of Tokyo every day. He gave me the skinny on some of his favourites, including the one I wanted to see the most, Koboro, long considered the holy grail of Hikyo stations. Only a few months after my correspondence with the American transplant, I got the opportunity to go to Japan for 2 weeks on a cultural exchange program through school. It was open-ended, left me lots of time to plan for long train trips to isolated places. I arrived in Kyoto in the early fall, mildly jet-lagged but otherwise very excited. I had put together a fascinating itinerary that no one but me would really find engaging, and I was fine with that. Countryside cafes, hills of rice, and about a dozen different stations around Japan. All of them accessible through the extensive rail network webbing the island nation. Throughout the first week and change, I saw, amongst others, Omori Station, an old, ramshackle structure situated amidst rocky earth and ancient forest. The long, overgrown kawada and the simple slant roof of Tomoto, with thick fencing surrounding the platform and disappearing into the forest, making it seem like wild, unknown creatures might roam behind them. And then there was Koboro. At Koboro Station, there are no houses, no businesses, just forest and train tracks. The single path out of there, unpaved and guided only by some rope tied to the trees, leads down to a quiet beach in a small cove, a makeshift shrine and statues of Buddha decorating the inside of a shallow cave underneath the cliff face. Blue, clear water saturating the sand with gentle waves up the shore. It was heavenly. So, I had peaked. There were no other Hikyo stations in Japan that could compete with that one. There may not be any stations in the world either, so I felt a little melancholy with my conquest. I sent my unseen friend the pictures I took. He was eager to know what the area looked like through my eyes, and I expressed my longing for more and greater Hikyo stations. He said he understood and asked if I was really serious about finding one. Naturally, I said yes. I wasn't expecting him to actually know about a station I didn't, as I had been researching them on and off for years. But I'm always up for being surprised. In northern Japan, there's a station so remote, so isolated, he wrote, that the train only goes there once a month. It doesn't appear on any official maps or any train schedules. Then how, pray tell, did he know about it? He said his cousin worked for the train company there, and his cousin knew some people that knew some people, etc. The important thing was that he knew how to get on this train, which still accepted passengers, if you knew when and where to get on. He gave me detailed instructions, which I will not repeat here for reasons which will become obvious. The main thing was that I needed to be at a certain station that Thursday at 5:20 a.m. If I waited there just a few minutes, a train would come along heading north and stop to let me on. As long as I had a valid ticket to ride, they wouldn't stop me. The trip would take about an hour, and I would know the moment I was on unfamiliar tracks, because the mountains really start to crowd around you. And I have to warn you, he said, the return service is only 20 minutes after arrival. So if you don't get on, you're stuck there. You don't want to get stuck there. It's not a good place to be at night. I pushed for more info, but he said he had to go, left it at that. What I should have done was ignore it. Have fun for the remaining few days of my trip, and go home. But I figured that the guy had been on the level when he spoke with me before. Why would he lie now? Besides, the worst that could happen was a few hours wasted on a wild goose hunt. And so, when Thursday's sun began to crest the horizon, I was already seated at the appointed station, waiting patiently for a train to arrive, when nothing was scheduled for at least another hour. Only the mossy ground peeking through the cracks in the platform and the incessant humming of the cicadas kept me company. Uncharacteristic for my luck, the train arrived as promised. It looked like any other normal railway car, a single length for a small assortment of passengers. The only distinction was the lack of the characteristic green and purple lines that were painted around the exterior. The car hissed to a stop, and the doors promptly opened. The first thing I saw was that there were no other people, just me. The conductor's cabin was obscured by shaded windows, leaving no view of who was behind it. I briefly stuck my head back out the door to find the exterior windows around the cabin were similarly blacked out. I considered jumping back off, but my rational side informed me that it was likely just nerves and the early hour. So I sat down. Moments later, the doors closed, and we were off, disappearing into the tunnel that ate the tracks around us. The ride kept mostly to the expected route, one I had travelled on twice before during my station-to-station pilgrimage, and I found that comforting. Maybe it would just take me to a normal station out in the middle of nowhere, and that's why my forum friend didn't want me to get stuck. I certainly wouldn't want to stay at any of those stations overnight, and it had nothing to do with being creeped out. Well, maybe a little. After we passed the third station without ceasing and entered yet another tunnel, there was a sudden shuddering bang, and the entire track shivered. I was shifted around in my seat, nearly falling off. Outside, the dark tunnel hid any hint of what had happened. Now I was starting to feel nervous. That had never happened before, and I had gone through these tunnels a few times without incident. And maybe it was the train itself, or something on the tracks. But when we emerged from the tunnel, I knew something had to have happened, because we came out to a place I had never seen before. The train tracks were perched on a narrow strip of land with steep hillsides of cold granite leading to a misty valley below. Surrounding us were jagged mountaintops that held no green or signs of life, the craggy stone looming above like robed men around an altar. I took out my phone and I pulled up maps. I would feel better if I could just get some info on where we were. The GPS icon pulsed for a few moments, attempting to find a signal in the sky, and failing. My reception briefly showed 4 bars, until the phone caught up with itself and dropped it down to 0. I stood up and I walked around inside, hoping that holding the phone a few more feet in the air would somehow grant me a signal. But despite my efforts, nothing came, and I eventually sat down, defeated. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know where I was going, and I had no cell reception in case of emergencies. Yeah, my nerves were starting to edge. There was no time to panic though, as the train rounded a bend and the mountains opened up and I approached my destination. The tracks curved with the mountains and pulled up to a small platform, barely large enough to fit the length of the train, as the familiar clanging bells signaled the arrival. The brakes hissed as we stopped and the doors creaked open. That red flashing light on the edge of the concrete platform slowed to a stop. I sat there, debating whether to get off at all. But this was just too bizarre to just sit here in the train, staring at the choir of dead mountains surrounding the area. I took a breath, and I stepped outside. The mountains had become less claustrophobic, yet somehow more imposing. They widened out from the narrow train route and instead circled the station in the distance. A deep, foggy chasm separating the station from them on all sides. Despite the increasing daylight, the valley seemed hidden in shadows, clouds filtering and obscuring the sun, leaving a pale, nearly bluish hue to the air. The station itself was connected to the platform by a curved, wooden bridge. It was painted red long ago. Time had worn away chunks of it and the wood to the colours of a rotten apple. The changing seasons, having inflated it and shrunk it for eons, made it look like it had been built before there were even people around to build it. Below the bridge was another drop into the inky blackness, with no bottom visible. just the cover of fog. Across the bridge was the station building. Built atop a huge mound of granite and crumbling stone, it was wide and also once a vibrant red. The slanted roofs jutted out over each floor with missing tiles and decades of haggardly leaves from unseen trees piled haphazardly on them. In front of the imposing structure was a neglected garden with a dead cherry blossom tree, dried, ancient, sitting amongst piles of rounded, puck-sized stones. The sides and probably the back of the building seemed to align almost perfectly with the steep slopes of granite that held it aloft. I doubt I could have walked along the perimeter without falling. I had a sudden, strong desire to go back into the train. I turned, just in time to see the doors clap shut. I walked up to the front window and I knocked on the dark glass. "Excuse me, sir." I tried thinking back to any Japanese phrases that might be useful. Sumimasen? I knocked again. "Please, could you open the door?" I couldn't think of any other words. "Please?" Nothing. I considered trying to pry open the doors, but I didn't know if that would do any good. And maybe the operator was just unable to hear me for some reason. I could get in trouble for damaging the train. Besides, the information had been good so far, which means we would leave in 20 minutes, so I shouldn't worry. I turned around and I stared down the peeling red structure. I didn't know if I wanted to go inside, but I felt strange out there in the open, like I was being watched by something, or by many somethings, hidden in crevices of the jagged stone teeth encircling me. I cautiously approached the bridge, and I stepped onto it hesitantly with one foot. It creaked, but it felt very solid. I took a chance and walked across, making sure not to look down over the edge into the fuzzy darkness below. Aside from that slight give that all old wood has, it didn't budge. I passed under the partial overhang of the crooked branch from the empty cherry blossom tree. A chill went over my body. I noticed there were no animals around. I couldn't hear any birdsong or gentle rustling as little creatures scurried, or any evidence of life around me. Everything seemed dead, desiccated. I reached the front of the building. 2 steps leading to the massive double front door, which only had one remaining, still hanging firmly. The other having collapsed and buried itself under a layer of dust on the wooden boards. I walked up the steps. I stood gawking at the short tower. There was an intricate latticework of figurative carvings lining the underside of the bottom roof. They somehow looked menacing, the eyes of each character and creature seeming to follow me as I moved. The paint on them had long since crusted off, leaving flecks of sun-bleached colours sticking to them like tar. As I passed through the absent door, a wind brushed past, blowing dust halos in front of me. The interior was a large single space, all black, as if there had been a fire that cindered that room alone. The entire space was symmetrical. 2 steps surrounded the entire perimeter and descended to an open floor of dark sand. In the center was a large, rusted copper pipe with an opening on top. The copper had long been exposed to the elements and had shifted to a sickly green. It was then that I noticed them. The clothes. Spread out radially from the center, sets of clothes were laid down as if their owners had simply vanished and left them behind to drift to the floor. Aside from a few char marks and ravages of dust, the clothes were completely untouched. I looked down and I jumped back when I realized that I was standing on top of a blue striped shirt with a red cap and shorts, just big enough for a young boy to wear. The still-tied shoes had tumbled over the edge of the stairs, fallen to the charcoal sands below. I don't know how to describe it, other than to say that this place was wrong. This wasn't a place people should be. This wasn't where I should be. But then there was the sound. Soft at first, ringing quietly before me. I froze and I held my breath, listening. It was a voice coming from the pipe. I don't know what compelled me to walk over there, but I needed to know. I needed to hear it. I walked down, feeling the grainy crunch of sand under my feet. The sound repeated, gently rising into the air like smoke. With some unknown reserve of curiosity, I forced myself to approach, to look into the pipe. There was only black. The light barely clawed its way down before darkness swallowed it again. But I could hear the voice clearly now. Please. It was a lifting, willowy thing, like a piano just out of tune. Help me. The words were haunted, cold, a tired ache for someone, anyone. I wanted to call out, to give them comfort, but my voice caught in my throat. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. I just stared into that cold, empty blackness. But when the voice spoke again, I felt my heart pause for a moment in my chest. Please. It was me. Help me. It sounded like me, but it didn't sound like me. Like an old echo, strained and beaten of all life and all joy. It was my voice from the pipe, calling up to me to save it. Then there was a scratching, a moving, something crawling, like a dozen limbs scraping and ascending the pipe, coming up at me. Please. The voice was now a hissing wheeze, angry, menacing. Help me. I couldn't think. I just ran. I leapt up to the door and I bolted out of it, adrenaline pumping me into a frenzied, focused state of awareness. I cleared the bridge in 2 long vaults and approached the train car. Somehow, it was already dusk, like the sun had been cast from the sky. If the doors weren't open, I would break into them. If I couldn't do that, I'd run down the tracks until I couldn't see this cursed place anymore. The doors were shut. I bashed on them. I banged on them and screamed at them to let me in. Angry, frightened tears fell haphazardly, and I began to punch the glass window, hoping to shatter it and crawl through the jagged hole to get in. I glanced behind me. I don't know what exactly it was, but in the alcove of the door, hidden by shadow, was a figure, staring straight at me. I couldn't make out the features, and I didn't want to, except for the eyes. 2 pinpricks of white reflecting at me from a dark face. I turned back and I ran my fist into the glass harder, forming a crack. I didn't dare turn around. If I turned around, I would see it right in front of me. I would see its hungry eyes and know that I would never see anything ever again.
Please,
Came the increasingly distorted warble of the thing, more inhuman with each word.
help me.
I bashed harder and harder, willing the window to break. I could hear it, the limbs shuffling and scratching across the ground, approaching me. Closer, closer. Please, I shouted. Help me! The doors suddenly hissed open, and I dove inside. As soon as I crossed the threshold, they shut just as swiftly. The red train light outside began pulsing with its off-tune bell, and the car shifted a bit as it began to move. I could have stood there and looked out the window as it left. I could have seen what was there, what was chasing me. But I knew that if I did, it would never let me leave, that I would never be able to shut my eyes without its face in my head, its eyes. I waited until the mountains once again crowded around me before crawling up and settling onto a seat. I finally felt the pain in my hand, blood pooling around the knuckles from cracking the glass. It was dark by the time the train finally stopped. It ended at a station close to where I was staying, and then drifted back off into the night as soon as I exited. As it departed, I noticed the crack window was no longer damaged. The train once again in the same condition as when I first saw it. Standing on the platform, alone and cold in the chill night air, I collapsed and I began to cry. The next day, I packed up early and I left for the airport, opting to take a cab. Having not slept much, I managed to pass out as soon as we reached cruising altitude, and I stayed that way until landing. It felt safe with all those people there around me, and the sun outside the windows, taking its lazy time moving through the sky. Much better than the darkness. I wish I had more information on where it was, or what was there, but I don't. My internet friend didn't respond to any more of my messages after that, and I didn't see him post again on the forums. I don't know what that means, if anything, but I try not to dwell on that too much. I try not to think about that whole trip actually, but it's hard not to, especially when sometimes all you have is the darkness and your own echoing thoughts. I wondered why I was able to escape, why the doors opened, why was I nestled safely in a bed instead of a missing person. Maybe whatever it was that was at that place just had its fun with me and let me go. Maybe I just got lucky. Or maybe I'm still there. And I don't even know it. But you know the worst part? The thing that really tears me up now? I really hate trains. I saw the end of the world and its harbinger from the top of a mountain. It's possible that nobody else had as got a view as I did. But even if I wanted to find out, I can't. Nobody I've asked has corroborated my story. Most just laugh and go along with my excuse that I'm writing a horror book and want to interview random people about the area. A rare 2 or 3 have gotten a faraway look in their eyes before shaking their head and refusing to talk about it any further. That look both scares and comforts me. After a few dozen interviews with an equal amount of coffee and beer to help bribe a story from the interviewee, I'm noticing that 1,000-yard stare happens more and more frequently. A part of me had hoped that I had gone through the most vivid nightmare that I had ever experienced. That hope gets smaller and smaller the more often I ask someone about the black skies, the red rain, and the yellow eyes. The last person I interviewed went pale and nauseous after I asked her if she remembered anything about that week. Before I could make sure she was okay, she ran off into a nearby park, sobbing and telling me to stay the hell away from her. It may have been creepy behavior, especially for someone that had just been interviewing her, but I sat at that coffee shop for hours until I saw her come out of the park and drive away in her car. Her makeup had smeared all over her face, her jeans and jacket covered in dirt and grass stains. That was a week ago. It was the last time I doubted that the apocalypse I'd witnessed had happened. The interview stopped, but that burning desire to learn, either if or what anyone else has seen, led me here. I want to tell my story and see who else has remembered. Hopefully I can jog your memory. I'll pray that the memories aren't as horrifying as mine, or that woman who ran off into the park for hours. I was, or am, a security guard for a mining company that owns the mountains near my apartment complex. Like most security guards, I signed onto the job for the amazing work-to-pay ratio. Half of my shift was doing patrols while listening to audiobooks. The other half, keeping half an eye on security cameras posted around the mountains while I played video games. Every now and then I'd have to turn away hikers and check the radio towers near my station, which was what the security company was really paying me for. The first rumble came during lunchtime. I was in my building, a concrete little thing I called my hut, looking at the security cameras and eating an egg salad sandwich when my cup of coffee started to vibrate, just quietly, every few seconds. Nothing to worry about. Earthquakes happen around the valley pretty often, sometimes as often as 6 in 1 month. The worrying started when the shaking grew more intense, yet happened at the same rate. Put another way, earthquakes usually didn't have a pace like footsteps. It's what makes that one scene from that dinosaur movie so memorable. The shaking got more intense. Thick binders containing company SOPs started bouncing off the shelves. Monitors were shaken from their stands and crashed onto the ground. My coffee cup bounced off the table and spilled all over. I didn't even notice. I had my head in my hands, curled up into a corner, praying that whatever was happening would just stop. Something screamed. I wish I could say it had been myself, but there was a distant, screeching trumpeting that overpowered any shouting I could have done. A switch flipped in my head, and I needed to see what the hell was out there. My balance was hard to maintain, but I managed to time it well with the shakes that were now shaking everything so much that a view of the entire planet splitting and shaking open was what I had assumed would be outside my hut's window. But I had to see. If the world was about to end in a fiery explosion, I wanted to at least see it go. Better that than crying in a cement corner and getting concussions from my head knocking against the walls. Fumbling but somewhat stable, I made it to the window that overlooked the north side of the mountains. Something was crossing the sky. It was higher than the highest clouds, at least 4 or 5 miles in the air, but probably much taller than that. A black, writhing thing that stretched from horizon to horizon, caging the entire sky and casting a pitch-black eclipse in a wave across the valley. There were only a few moments to take in the sight before a pillar, a leg rather, crashed into the middle of the valley. The impact threw me around the room like a rag doll. After landing, I stayed there on the floor and waited. My ability to think was gone at this point. There was only a raw fear while the shaking continued. One more shake that was as powerful as the last. Then another weaker one. They had begun to subside, continuing off towards the south, until the room was shaking just enough to make tiny waves in the pool of coffee. I don't remember how long I laid there on the floor, only that I got up after the coffee started soaking into my clothes. At one point, I thought I heard a low thrumming as the emergency generator below the station kicked into gear. My body was sore, and it hurt to move, but nothing was broken, thankfully. Or at least, when I finally sat up and looked at what was left of my hut, broken bones weren't stabbing any of my innards. A part of my psyche realized I was technically still at work and took over. As far as that part of my brain was aware, the room was a mess, and my lead would kill me when she got there for her shift. One of the radios on the charging dock was still in its socket. I took it out and thumbed the talk button on the side. "Hey, Maze?" Maze was short for Maisie, my supervisor that had a trailer-turned office at the bottom of the mountain. No response. "Maze? Hey, Maze, please respond. I need help." I let go of the talk button for a response. None came. "Maze? Hey, Maze, please tell me you're there. All of the monitors are broken on the floor. I feel like my whole body's bruised, and all of the paperwork is soaking in a puddle of coffee. What do I do?" No answer, but a slight echo from my shouting off of the concrete walls. I was really starting to notice the silence when a few pitter-patters came from the roof. "At least it's not raining," I cursed as I walked to the window, radio still in hand. "Maze, can you..." The window was dark, pitch black. A short time ago, I could see an entire valley below a bright blue summer sky. I imagined, just for a second, that my heart had been sunken into the ground, or somehow put into some void that I'd never escape from. A roar came from behind me and far overhead. The sound crested my mountain, and with it, a green light that flowed along the sky, in the same direction as the sound, north to south. I could see the valley for a few seconds as the dim light crept south, a portion of it funneling into what I'd seen crash into the middle of the valley, I referred to it as a leg before, and even now, I think that's the most accurate term for it. The thing had bent and pushed into the ground while I saw it. Chills went down my arms when I saw, in the brief seconds the light went through it, just how big the leg was. Not width-wise, but length. It made my head spin, even trying to judge the size. Even at the time, I was certain that it was connected to whatever was in the sky. After the light went into the leg and beyond the southern horizon, the valley started to light up too. Not much of it though. Whatever that pillar was, it must have knocked out all of the electricity in the valley. I listened, terrified, while the rainfall got heavier and small blue lights began popping on all of the valley. A lot of electronics can survive an electromagnetic pulse if their circuitry and parts are simple enough, including a lot of flashlights and even some cars, which I just assumed the lights were. It may sound odd to bring it up right now, but I want you to consider something I heard referred to as the terminal freakout point. At what point when shit starts to go down, do you start to panic? Everyone has one, even the most carefully planned and prepared apocalypse preppers you've heard about online. It took 3 things happening in quick succession for me to reach my own terminal freakout point. The first was realizing that the red haze in front of the lights down in the valley was the rain itself. The rain was thick and red. Mist formed along the bottom of the valley that made any attempts at clearly watching what was happening close to impossible. Second was the things that came out of the sky. Even now, sitting here in a library at a public computer, people are giving me looks as my teeth chatter and my legs start to shake. But I'll push through. They didn't fall out of the sky, per se. Rather, they hung from it. That black sky, which was so far above our own, was partially illuminated by a litany of yellow orbs that descended from whatever had swallowed the valley. Maybe even the world, up in darkness. Whatever encompassed us, the yellow lights illuminated a billowing, black cloud that seemed to undulate at a fixed height in the sky. The closer the bright yellow lights got to the ground, the more their light refracted into the rain and mist dropping into the valley. It would have been an unfathomable mercy if this hadn't been the case, but it illuminated whatever they were. I still don't know, but whenever I bring this up to people I interview, this is always the part where they get uncomfortable. Their subconscious must remember what the things look like, as I do, and very clearly at that. Heads. Huge, black heads with glowing yellow eyes that shone like spotlights. Most were human. Some were animals like cats, dogs, or horses. At a few points, when I was still in enough shock to keep staring at them, I saw the heads of insects with dozens and dozens of glowing eyes. They all descended and screamed. The screams did not have any sound to them, but the expressions of agony on each of the faces were quite clear. When they were done screaming, they ascended back into the sky to be replaced by another. The valley was awash in yellow lights, red rain, and red mist. I still wasn't at my terminal freakout point. Hanging off the edge, sure, but I was struck stupid with fear and confusion at what I was seeing. I wasn't pushed off the edge. until I did start to hear screaming. All at once, I heard an entire valley of people scream. I'm actually not sure if this is real or not. It's a real possibility that it was a nightmare that I had while I was holed up in my hut for the next week. But I think it was real. I pray to God, literally, that my mind doesn't have the imagination to think of a sound like what I heard. Millions of wails of despair from a valley of people reaching the terminal freakout point. It formed a choir that I'm sure mimicked the deepest bowels of torment in hell. I screamed too. Screamed until I tasted blood. After that point, my memory gets a bit fuzzy. What I do remember is pulling my window curtains shut and never looking out of them again. That concrete hut became my home, which I left only when I needed to go to the bathroom outside under an umbrella. It was horribly uncomfortable, but I made it work. There were emergency rations and snacks, enough for 3 days. I dragged it out for a week. After 5 days, my stomach was making weird gurgling noises, while pain racked my entire body, like my insides were tearing themselves up. There's not a doubt in my mind that if I hadn't had the emergency lights, a few paperbacks in my bag, and a few cases of water, I would have gladly thrown myself off of one of the mountain's steep cliffs. Besides my books, all my existence really was for a week was the countdown. That initial wave of green that went across the sky and into the pillar repeated itself. Every time it did, I heard screams come from the skies that made my ears ring, even when I stuck my fingers in them. The intervals between each of the waves got shorter and shorter over time. At one point, I was bored enough to do the math with a pencil and notebook, or at least the best math I could, to see when there wouldn't be any more breaks between the waves of green light and the screams. 1 week. Whatever else was going to happen in this nightmare, it would be in a week. I waited. Besides dying, which was still more scary to me than whatever was going on outside, there was nothing else to do. At the end, I was so delirious from the constant screaming in the air, mostly from the sky, occasionally from the valley, the hunger, and the time that was impossible to keep track of in my hut, that I crawled out into the rain just to see the end for myself. Even thinking about walking made me nauseous. The final vivid memory I have of the apocalypse started with me dragging myself to the edge of the concrete platform my hut was on and looking out to a destroyed and emaciated valley. There wasn't much time to get a good look. Not that I could have gotten one through the red mist, but I did see that there were still some lights bouncing around the buildings. A few of the skyscrapers in the downtown area, across from my mountain, were burnt to a crisp. And I swear, I could see a party of some kind going on the rooftop of the tallest one. An insane sight. But I can't throw any stones. I was there to watch too. And I did watch. The waves of green light and screaming heads in the obsidian sky increased to such a frequency that I'm pretty sure I felt my ears give out to a painful whining sound. The last thing I saw was another head descending from the sky. At that point, the heads and the black inky ceiling were a constant green that exaggerated the glowing eyes. I'm not completely sure, but I think that last head I saw was mine. We matched perfectly, both screaming in a mix of defiance and subservience at whatever was coming. Then there's a flash. In my memory, it's yellow. My screams were echoing off my apartment walls. I was in bed, just as I had been the day it had all started. It took some time for me to calm down and remember what a healthy body felt like to move around in, while I ate so much that I puked. Despite what I said earlier, I admit that I've never thought it was a dream. I wouldn't have tried interviewing anyone if that were true. I'd guess that deep down, I still hold some hope that what I saw did not happen, even though I know it did. While I've taken breaks from writing this for you, I've noticed fewer people out on the streets. I'm downtown now, and even during times of low traffic, you used to be able to see at least a dozen people walking wherever, plus the constant flow of public transport. There were still plenty of people going about their business when I first woke up, much to my shock. On my way around the block to stretch my legs just now, I saw one person on the street. It was a woman in a business suit, a laptop case hanging from one of her hands. She was in the middle of the sidewalk, looking up at the sky. I think she looked scared. I think people are starting to remember. That scares me almost as much as the apocalypse did, because being as objective as I can about what I experienced, my situation was somewhat of a best case scenario. I had a building with lights, books, food, and water, all to myself. What could it have been like on the ground level, with millions of people in a compact area? What about the rest of the world? I hope other people reading this also remember what happened. If you do, let me know. I get the feeling that we're going to reach a second terminal freakout point when everybody else starts to remember. Story number 1. Nice Sydney House. Submitted by Haggis. In 1983, I was living in Sydney. I lived in a terraced house with 5 other people for about a year in Wilson Street, Redfern. This house had a front door with an arch window at the top of it. We never used the lounge just inside the front door, but instead we used to sit in the next room on a sofa that was under the stairs, and when you sat on it and looked to your side, you could look directly through the front door. I have sat many times on this sofa, and sometimes, from the corners of my eye, I could see a person dressed in what looked to me like a white long robe come floating through the door towards me. It did not have any feet coming out from the bottom of the robe, but the rest of the body, hands and head, could be seen. I have to admit, I could not make out clearly if this figure was in fact a man or a woman. When I first started seeing it, it would catch my attention and as soon as I turned and looked directly at it, it would disappear. I had seen it quite often, and sometimes I would try not to look at it so as to see how close it would get. Then, as soon as I would look, it was gone. The closest I remember it coming was only about 8 feet away before I had to look. The total distance to the door from where I was sitting was about 15 feet, I would say. As I never wanted to put anyone else who was living in the house with me off living there, I never said anything about it. At one time, one of the girls who lived there had her father stay. On the Sunday after he had left, she said that he had thought the house was haunted. I knew what I had been seeing, but I said to her, "What? Why does he think that?" She said that on Saturday night, when we were all out and he was home by himself, he said he was watching TV and he said he felt someone touch him on the shoulder. I just said, "Oh, okay." Nothing more was said about it. Sometime later, we had a friend come to stay. I came home from work one afternoon and found him sitting on the sofa reading a book. I sat down beside him, said hi and all, then turned on the TV while he carried on reading his book. I was sitting back and he was sitting up and forward, not against the wall like myself. Suddenly, he looked up, fast, right past me, and straight towards the front door. I thought to myself, "Hello?" I said to him, "What's up?" He said, "I've been sitting here all day, and sometimes I swear I..." At this point, I interrupted him and said, "Don't tell me. You see someone come floating through the door?" He looked at me in surprise and said, "Yes." I said, "Well, that confirms it. I have seen the same thing on several occasions, but I've said nothing. But now that someone else has seen the same thing, I know now I've not been seeing things." We talked about what we had seen between us, and I then told him about what the girl's father had said. And well, I think he also felt that that must have been connected to what we had seen as well. This was the only type of experience that I had had in that house. It never really bothered me in any way, as this house always had a nice feeling about it. We never looked into who this might have been. Story number 2, Beechworth Asylum. Submitted by Sabi Whittier. I recently visited Beechworth Asylum. For those who haven't heard of this place, it is one of the most haunted places in Victoria, Australia. My friend and I were interested in its history, so that's why we went there. We have heard many stories about the asylum that are quite horrifying and scary. The tour started at 8 p.m. and it would go until 10 p.m. We explored the asylum and learned many different things about the place. The tour guide took the group through dark corridors and then into a cellar that was on the bottom floor. As I walked along the dark hallways, I felt my hair being pulled. I was startled, so I turned around and nothing was behind me. The rest of the group were in front of me, heading into the cellar. I walked into the doorway of the cellar, and all of a sudden, I felt a cold hand grasp onto my neck really quickly and let go. After that, I couldn't breathe, and I started to cry. The group noticed me crying, so they ran to help me. By the time they got to me, I could not breathe. I stood in shock as they asked me questions I couldn't answer. The tour guide said that this has happened to people before. After that experience, my friend and I went outside and we left. I was so scared. I couldn't believe what had happened. I'm not sure if I should be worried about the future, in case I get haunted or something. Should I be scared? I did have a few more experiences at the asylum, but this was one that was most concerning to me. I'm trying to submit more stories about my experiences at that place. Story number 3, Broken Mirrors. Submitted by Buttongrass. Growing up in the average 3-bedroom Australian brick suburban home, you wouldn't think a house of the 1970s era would have any tales of odd happenings. In fact, the only story you think this humble home would produce is a bunch of good memories. The home did create some wonderful memories, but also some strange tales. I have no real explanation of the little things that occurred over the years, but myself and my sister had always recalled the uneasy feeling that we would have as young children. From the hallway down to the back garage, and this feeling was particularly strong whenever we would play in the attic. This feeling had been around for as long as I could remember, until my mother had moved away from this home. That feeling was around for over 23 years. Experiences often occurred in the house, either during the day or night. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't discriminative. Didn't matter who was there or what the weather was. Something was always happening. Light bulbs would mysteriously explode for no reason. A few mirrors violently fell from the walls and exploded into a million pieces. Things just never seemed right. Pot plant leaves would move without the help of a breeze, and little things would go missing, reappear in strange places. Car keys and things like that. The most annoying of all was the feeling I got whilst taking a shower. I would always feel a set of eyes bearing down from the ceiling fan, as if someone was sitting in our attic, spying on me. Many years later, I spoke and joked about this to my sister, who also experienced the same strange feeling, which always made you feel uneasy, almost sick. Constantly staring up to the ceiling became almost normal within that bathroom. Many years after I had moved from home, I returned with my then newborn son to stay the weekend with my mother. All seemed fine. I decided to sleep in the lounge room for the comfort of the television, because I still felt fairly uneasy all those years later down the other end of the house. As the darkness set in and everyone went off to bed, I dozily lay and watched the bright television. Switching it off, I went to snuggle down and sleep the night away. Then, bam! Just before I drift off, the TV comes blasting on. Thinking I must have leaned on the remote, I turned it off and placed the remote onto the coffee table. Bam! Once again, the TV is on. Just before I drift off. This happened a few times, until I convinced myself it must be on some kind of timer. Switching it off for the last time, it comes on again. This time, with the volume as high as it can possibly go. My mother comes out to see what was going on. I explained and she unplugged the television, told me not to worry. Things were sometimes pretty strange in that brick home. Many years previously, when I was the age between a child and a teen, I had remembered questioning my mother about the bangs in the garage that would often happen during the day and night. Huge, loud bangs. So many times someone would go to investigate what has fallen or made the noise, only to return with no explanation. One night, I was sleeping in my room. It was a normal night, until I woke in the middle of the night. I heard the garage door open, which made my heart pound hard and my head swim with terrible thoughts that something was going to happen to me and my family. There was a burglar in my house, and no one else has heard them come in. I was so scared to move. I laid in bed, eyes wide open, listening to everything. I heard some shuffling footsteps head down from the garage door into the dining room. I could hear someone opening a drawer, searching through the dining room side table drawers. What were they doing? Why were they in my home? How come no one else had woken up? I listened as carefully as I could, and from what I could make out, the burglar was writing a letter. I could hear the paper being ripped off from the writing pad, the pen scribbling across the paper on the wooden table, and then, on the way back up the hallway, with the shuffling footsteps, the burglar was eating an apple. The garage door opened and closed. He was in the shed again. Terrified, I waited in my bed, petrified, until the sun came up. I waited until my mother woke up, and I called her into my room, still too scared to move. She listened to what I had to say, and she told me it was going to be okay. There was no note on the table. No apples were missing, and no paper or pens had been messed up. There was no burglar. Nothing. I often think about this, and why. Since a very young child, I thought a man had killed himself in the garage of that house. I used to ask my mother about this. She would often tell me that no one had died in there. I was convinced for many years that they had, and everyone was lying to me, which isn't the case. As far as our family knowledge goes, no one had died there. A lot of strange happenings in this humble home. I have so many more to share, but this is my first posting. I wasn't sure how it would all go. Does anyone have any explanation for some of the things I've mentioned? Story number 4, The Queenslander. Submitted by Sonia Perry. This is a genuine story of an experience myself, my partner, and my dogs had in a rental property here in Australia. One of many experiences that I've had after a life of much moving around and renting. For context, a Queenslander is an old wooden style of house built high up for flood conditions and hot, humid weather. The ground level is usually enclosed with palings and used for parking the boat, etc., and the usual spot for a laundry. We were delighted to find this little gem and reveled in the tranquility and taking our dogs on long country walks. The neighbours were pleasant but kept to themselves. All was perfect, except for the fact that I didn't like going down to the laundry. Well, obviously it was fairly gloomy down there, even in the daytime. But I just felt uneasy. There was a strange smell, and I started noticing that the dogs seemed quite preoccupied and uneasy also while down there. They were sleeping down there, and we would often hear them whining at night. I just put it down to the darkness and would just get on with my laundry, all the while feeling as though I was being watched, which felt worse when I was hanging it out on the lines I had to put up down there to use during wet weather. I would flinch at every noise, feeling like someone was behind the clothes, etc. I also felt a sense of sadness as well as fear. Sometimes I would literally bolt out of there, feeling quite ill and suffocated. Everything was fine upstairs, except for one night when I awoke to my doona being slowly pulled off me. But I couldn't discount that it was just falling off, and I wasn't too concerned at the time. At that stage, we were in a bedroom at the back of the house, which had these French doors leading out to the veranda and the back stairs which led down to the garage/laundry. In the winter, we decided to move into the front bedroom of the house, as it was warmer in there. It had a bay window, which extended out of the front of the house. One night, we both woke to our male dog making a very low but loud growling noise, something he'd never done before. He was a big, goofy, lovable pup. Then we heard a voice saying softly, "It's okay, puppy dogs. It's okay." This high-pitched but male voice seemed to be directly below us, right where the dogs' beds were. We were pretty alarmed that someone was either under our house or right up under our window, talking to the dogs through the palings. But we were petrified at first. So I went to the bay window and looked down, but I couldn't see anyone. We didn't hear anything more, though my partner checked downstairs and saw nothing but brought the dogs in. We stayed in that house for roughly 1 year to save for a deposit to buy our first home. And when the time came to move, we were really excited, even though we really had liked this pretty little house. A neighbour across the road who we had not previously spoken to saw us packing up and introduced himself, queried us as to whether we had had any problems there. We said, why? He then told us that the previous occupants had been a young couple. They had a falling out, and she had packed up her things and left him a few days before Christmas. A few days later, neighbours smelled something coming from the house and found the young man had passed away under the house. This happened just 8 weeks before we moved in, and the rental agent had told us nothing of it. We then realised that it was he who had talked to the dogs and who was still hanging around under the house. We were pretty freaked out and glad to be leaving, though I still often think of it and wonder if he has managed to move on, find peace, despite his tragic end. I hope he has. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. I plan on covering everything here in this story. Although, I'm still not exactly sure if what I believe happened actually happened. This was a few years ago, and recent events caused what transpired to replay in my head like a Hollywood blockbuster. I'm no stranger to the noise. Growing up in rural Oklahoma taught me all too well what it meant. While I'm too far away from the nearest town to hear any tornado sirens clearly, I did, however, have the emergency alert system on both my TV and my cell phone. As you'd expect, I don't have the best service being in what might as well be called Tumbleweedville. That means sometimes my emergency alerts would be a little delayed on my phone. That's why I normally had my TV on whenever I expected a storm to roll through. This story may be a little convoluted and blurry, but it all starts with me sitting in my big red recliner, watching the Kansas City Royals lose yet another game. I remember they lost their second in a doubleheader with the Detroit Tigers. Not long after the post-game show started, all the audio from the program just went away for a minute or two, followed by the loud and persistent tone of the emergency alert system. This is an alert from the emergency broadcast system. A tornado watch has been issued in the following counties: Bowie, Hoya, Indigo, Jackson, Lincoln, Kent, Roland, Weiser. This watch will last until 1 a.m. on May 3rd. The alert repeated a few times, before finally returning to the program. But I wasn't worried. 9 times out of 10, a storm system that only has a tornado watch won't even produce a tornado. On top of that, the likelihood of a tornado actually hitting your house is astronomical. Unfortunately, the unpredictability of a twister didn't push the odds in my favor. It wasn't long after I heard the emergency alert that the rain and the thunder started pouring in. The sound of the heavy precipitation hitting the roof always relaxed me. Sometimes, if it's just a light rain, I'll even sit outside on the porch, just embrace the soothing storm. This time was different. This storm was heavy. The rain was deafening, and the thunder was even louder. The world, as I knew it, had suddenly shrunk to my little neck of the woods, without so much as a glint through the madness. I peeked outside, and I couldn't see 10 feet past my front porch. Jesus, this is a big one, I thought to myself. And it was true. I've been living in the Midwest for such a long time, yet this storm is one of the biggest and heaviest that I've been a part of. That was a recipe for disaster in the cleanup crews. I could tell already I was going to be spending all of tomorrow picking debris up off my lawn and dealing with puddles in places that they shouldn't be. I switched the channel to the local news. As you can see, the center of the storm is kicking around the borders of Kent, Lincoln and Bowie counties. The levels of rain are astounding. On top of the tornado watch, there's an active flood watch due to the amount of precipitation. We're keeping an eye on the system, but it's more likely the storm will produce a twister at some point. If you live in one of these counties, head to shelter immediately. Go anywhere underground, such as a basement or storm shelter, without any windows, and stay low to the ground. If you're unable to go to your basement or storm shelter, for whatever reason, find a windowless room, such as a bathroom or closet, in the center of your location. If you find yourself outside and cannot find shelter, find the nearest ditch and get as far below ground level as possible. Since I live on a somewhat bigger plot of land, I do have a storm shelter that's about 50 feet away from my home. The reason for these underground storm shelters being away from the house is so you can easily get topside from underground once the storm passes. Whereas in a normal basement, you're taking the risk of being buried under thousands of pounds of rubble. Obviously, this wouldn't work in heavily dense areas, since there's just not enough space. However, the major downside is that you would have to run outside in the middle of a storm, and possibly a tornado, in order to get to safety. Now you know why it's so important for me to stay as up-to-date as possible on my weather forecasts, to ensure I don't reach an untimely demise. While that didn't happen, my luck, however, did run out. I kept my eyes on the radar, which displayed across the television, when my hearing was taken over by what sounded like a freight train crashing through a building. Looking outside my window, a huge bolt of blue lightning revealed the sound I heard wasn't far from the truth. A tornado had touched down, about 2 miles down the road, where it had just demolished my neighbor's barn. Judging by how quickly it tore through the wood, the twister couldn't be any smaller than an EF3. It felt like I levitated out of my chair with how quickly I jumped up. I didn't even have enough time to put on my shoes. I just dashed out the door like a gazelle toward my storm cellar. The rainfall was overwhelming, to the point where I was soaked almost instantaneously, and the wind nearly knocked me over more than once. The torrential downpour, it made it hard to see, but I saw enough. While making my way to the shelter, the lightning lit up the sky to the point where I could see the tornado making its way onto my front lawn. I attempted to open the door to my storm cellar, and it did exactly that. But with the gust of wind's help, it flew open extremely quickly, taking me with it. I was holding onto that door for dear life as my feet were dangling in the air. I looked behind me to see the large twister beelined in my direction, as if it had some sort of malicious vendetta. It sped directly towards me, like an alligator snapping out of the water towards its next meal. It took all of 3 seconds for the tornado to rip off the handle of my cellar door, engulfing it and myself into the swirling vortex that it was. I felt dirt all around me, hitting from every direction. They say what kills you in a tornado is getting ripped to shreds by all the debris. But all I could feel was the sheer wind force and dirt pelting my body. Normally, debris will stay in a tornado for the entirety of its duration, but this one was being picky. I saw the tornado take my neighbor's barn, my cellar door, and even quite a few trees. But somehow, I wasn't being hit by any of it. I couldn't see anything through my squinted eyes but darkness and the occasional flashes of lightning. Suddenly, I felt nothing. Then, the brightest light that I'd ever seen blinded me, even when closing my eyes completely. Looking back down, I noticed I was above the storm cloud, peering into the top of the vortex that had sucked me up in the first place. I could feel myself being pulled toward the light's source, and as I got closer, the light dimmed, while a large opening appeared in front of it. A colossal and circular saucer floating in the sky was pulling me towards it. I tried to swim away, if you can call it swimming. But the beam from the saucer was too strong. I was being pulled by an invisible force into a vast darkness bordered by bright lights. Whomever, or whatever, was controlling it was maneuvering the tornado and possibly even creating the storm below, clouding the sinister actions it was performing. I could see the pieces of my cellar door, the neighbor's barn, and the equipment inside of it ahead of me in the saucer's beam. Then, they completely disintegrated after passing through a large red field of energy. As I drew closer and closer, the fear in my body had grown into the realization that this would be my death. My body would turn into a red mist, showering the land below. When I came within 3 feet of that energy field, I shut my eyes tightly in fear. But I felt nothing. Not pain, at least. For several seconds, I felt nothing but the continuous pull of the saucer's beam. I opened my eyes slowly. Ahead was another opening. Turning my head, I could see the red energy field behind me now. All of a sudden, I was engulfed in nothing but blackness. Not the feeling of lights turning off, but more so the darkness ahead of me, wrapping around like a pitch-black blanket. Just like that, I fell unconscious. It's scary to be in this situation, but the added feeling of time passing by at an unknown rate is unsettling. Lights blared above me, and I awoke after who knows how long, strapped to a cold metal table. Actually, strapped isn't really the right word. I could not move my body, save for my head. And when I looked down, I saw that I had been stripped down straight to my birthday suit. Although there wasn't anything physically restraining me, I couldn't move my arms or legs. Then, I heard the sound of a machine whirring to life, followed by deafening screams a few seconds later. I turned my head over as far as I could, towards where I heard the sounds of someone in total agony. I can't exactly explain everything I saw, but I do know this. I saw Travis, my neighbor whose barn I saw get sucked up by a twister not too long prior. Not only that, I saw 3 figures standing around him, but their physical traits were all blurred to my eyes. No matter how hard I tried to focus, it's as if I was looking through a very poor pair of glasses while staring at them. But everywhere else I looked was fine. Travis screamed again. I saw what looked like a drill or some kind of tool being pushed into his skull by these entities. The sounds that he emitted were deafening as they bounced off the walls. I tried to yell out myself, but my throat couldn't muster it. Then he fell silent. I looked over at the heap on the table as one of the figures dug their fingers into his skull to open it up. Travis, my neighbor, was no more than a pile of gore being experimented on. One of the figures began to make their way towards my table. They were so close at this point that my whole vision was encompassed by a massive blur. I could feel their thin, rubbery fingers on my face. They mumbled something incoherent over to the other figures as they started making their way over to me. Then, As one of the figures opened my eyelids wide into the blinding light, everything went red. Sirens went off in my ears, and the figures took their hands off me. They mumbled to each other quickly before I felt something jab into my neck, knocking me out again. I awoke again in my storm cellar. At this point, I had no recollection of anything that happened the night prior. From the Royals game, to getting sucked up by a tornado, to watching my neighbor getting massacred by a bunch of aliens. It was all completely wiped from my head. I stepped out onto my front lawn from the cellar, and I saw the destruction the tornado caused. I assumed I got smacked by a flying piece of debris as I went down to the cellar. I went to the hospital to get checked up. I told the doctor I had no recollection of the night prior, but I assumed my house must have been hit by a tornado. He ran a few tests, but overall, he couldn't find anything wrong with me. No concussions, no broken bones, nothing. He told me I could have forced myself to forget the events of last night due to the shock. I'm not sure what the science is behind that, but I'm no doctor. So I went home and got to work cleaning up. For years, I lived my life normally. I felt lucky to be alive. The news reported the death of my neighbor after the tornado ripped through his property. They never found his body. Shunning away an entire night from my mind bothered me. I read up more on the storm, and, as far as I could tell, there was only one tornado that night. I also read that some storm chasers managed to get tremendously helpful data from transmitting sensors that they put in the path of the twister. Alas, nothing jogged my memory back into place. Well, almost nothing. Just this past Sunday, I went to my niece's talent show up in Tulsa. She's in 5th grade, and every year, her school runs a talent show where students can show off their skills. They can do stand-up, sing a song, whatever they want. This year, there was an 8th grader who took up the art of hypnosis. I was sitting with my sister and niece in the crowd as the boy looked in my direction and asked if I could be his subject for this performance. I didn't necessarily believe in that kind of mumbo-jumbo, but I wasn't going to tell a kid that, so I accepted. The boy removed something from his pocket. It looked like one of those old pocket watches, but then he held it up right in front of my face. Turned out it was a medallion that had a small light emitting from the front. He stood directly in front of me and started swinging the medallion side to side. There was a whole process, but to cut a long story short, this is how it ended up. All right, now think of a time where you felt tremendous fear. I thought of the twister. But how? I couldn't recall the events of that night. I feel like you can't be afraid of something that you can't even remember. But fear can never be forgotten. Fear that strong remains imprinted to the very core of your memory. I struggled to remember the details, but I knew they were there. Sir, can you hear me? Tell me of a time that you were so afraid, where you had more fear than any time before. Then, it clicked. The wiring in my brain that the entities had cut off reconnected itself, and everything came swirling back like water through a dam. I held my head tightly, fell to my knees, and I screamed Don't touch me. No. No, let me go. Please, let me go. All things I thought about while laying on that table in that saucer. My sister rushed me to urgent care. Again, nothing was drastically wrong with me, physically. But the nurse said my pulse was elevated, as if I had a surge of adrenaline. It felt like I was having a mental breakdown. After staying with my sister for a few days, I went home. The thoughts that I believed were once lost forever are now back where I didn't want them to be. Little did I know that wiping my memory was a mercy. I'm telling you all this to get the word out. Tornadoes have always been a force to be reckoned with. Little did I know just how much of a force they truly are. After all, they're only natural. So, why shouldn't something extraterrestrial be able to control them, or even create them? Be careful the next time you're in a storm that drums up a tornado. You never know what else is lurking above the clouds. I have this recurring dream. I'm in a forest. The thick canopy of leaves above filters out the sunlight, causing the tree trunks to appear as shadowy silhouettes of twisted, hunched figures with many arms. There is no sound, no birds chirping, no rustle of leaves in the wind, nor any animals rooting through the undergrowth. Just silence, except for the sound of my breathing and the crunch of fallen foliage beneath my feet. As I make my way through the forest, I come across a house atop a steep hill. I don't know enough about architecture to accurately date the house, but it looks old. Old but well maintained. The timber frames and window paneling freshly painted a deep brown, while the plaster between the frames was a clean white. One single room on the top floor of the house has a light on, and for the briefest moment, I could swear I see a human figure staring out the window. But then they're gone. In the dream, I make my way towards the house, my breathing growing heavier as I scramble up that hill. As I near the building, keeping one eye on the potentially inhabited window, a feeling of excitement builds. Something will happen when I reach the house. I just know it. Something good? Perhaps. But perhaps not. Either way, I need to reach the house. I scramble up the hill faster, more excitedly. As I reach for the door handle, the door flies open by itself. Up to this point in the dream, I remember everything as clear as day, but I can never remember what I see inside the house. I stand in the doorway, staring at whatever it is that lies beyond, wanting more than anything to leave, but my legs have stopped working. They're frozen, stuck to the ground. Suddenly, the whole world around me falls from beneath my feet, like I'm in a pinball machine and someone has bumped the table. There's a pain between my shoulder blades, and I realize I've been pushed from behind. I fall forward through the doorway. At that moment, I always wake with a start. I'm sorry for the long description of my dream, but I have a feeling it's important to understand the strange events that happened to me recently. You see, this weekend, two of my friends, let's call them Matt and Rachel, we decided to go for a walk in the local woods. We do this quite regularly. Last year, they adopted a dog, Boba, so it's always nice to go along with him to walk the dog, play a bit of fetch, and just get out into nature for a while. It was a typical December morning, cold and frosty, but with a clear blue sky. As we were following our usual path around the forest, Boba and I got into a game of fetch. Now, Boba is a big dog, so we like to launch the ball as far as we can into the woods, watch him go crashing through the undergrowth, disappearing for a few seconds here and there, before, eventually, returning with his tail wagging and the ball in his mouth. So, there I was, having fun just throwing the ball and waiting for the inevitable next step. Pry the ball out of Boba's jaws. Yeah, he never really got the hang of drop. I found myself waiting and waiting. No sign of Boba to be seen or heard. Not even a crunch of frosty fallen leaves under his feet. Just silence. "Bo?" called Matt. "Hey, Boba." Several seconds passed, and still no response. Just as worry began to trickle into our minds, I'm sure everything is fine, Boba's shaggy brown form came crashing out of the tree line, wagging his tail and jumping excitedly up at Rachel. No ball, though. Where did that get to? I pointed this out to Matt, who shrugged it off. "Plenty of balls at home," he said. I still felt bad for losing their ball, though, and I decided to quickly step off the path, just to see if I could see it. Although from the path, the trees didn't look too dense. It didn't take long before I was completely out of sight of Matt, Rachel, and the path. I suddenly felt uneasy. Ever since I was a child, I had not liked being left by myself. What if something happened, and no one was there to find me for days? I know this is silly. The forest isn't large, and Matt and Rachel were within ball-throwing distance. And so I suppressed this feeling as I had done many times before, and I just continued on my search. I soon found the ball. Ahead of me was a drop-off, probably less than 7 feet deep, but steep. I had never seen this before today, having never properly deviated from the path. At the bottom lay Boba's ball. I pictured him standing on the ledge, trying to find a way down, and I understood now why he had disappeared for so long. Scooting down, placing my butt on the ledge and sliding forwards, I made my way down the ledge, and I picked up the ball. Before I had the chance to set off, something caught my eye. Tucked away in the trees, deeper in the forest away from the path, was a building. While the building was run down and overgrown with moss and vines, almost a ruin really, there was no denying this was eerily similar to the building from my dreams. With a lick of paint on the old rotting timber frame, quite a bit of gardening and some restoration of the old crumbled plaster walls, the house would be near identical. Yes, there's the window, which should have a light on and a hint of someone watching. No light, however. Not even really a window. More of just a hole in the wall. I guess the glass was shattered and the frame rotted long ago. And there was definitely no feeling of being watched. I certainly felt very alone though. What was this place? Hey, guys? I called in the vague direction of the path, where my friends were standing waiting for me. Come see what I found. No response. Now I think about it, I haven't heard a word from either of them. And surely, I didn't walk far enough for them to be completely out of earshot. I had a panicked deja vu moment of my dream. No sound to be heard, except my own heavy breathing and footfalls. And I realized I needed to calm myself down. I could still hear birds singing, and I was pretty sure I just saw a squirrel scamper up a nearby tree. Hell, I could even see the bright blue sky above me. This wasn't my dream. It couldn't be. Yet, this had to be the house from my dreams. I was sure of it. Curiosity outweighing anxiety, I approached the building, circled it, glancing through windows, when I plucked up the nerve. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a ruined shack. Maybe this wasn't that house after all. In my dream, the door would fly open as I went to touch the handle. Curiously, and not entirely sure why, I moved to the front door of the house and I extended my hand towards the handle. My fingers inched nearer. Subconsciously, I had stopped breathing. Sometime before they made contact, the door was going to fly open, just like in my dream. I knew it. But I was wrong. My gloved hand made contact with the cold, dull metal of the doorknob. Nothing. Weirdly, part of me was disappointed. I guess a tiny part of me hoped that today, by finding this house and facing whatever lay behind the door, I could rid myself of those dreams forever. If I'm being totally honest though, a bigger part of me just wanted to know what lies behind the door. It's the one part of the dream I can never remember. This is the same house. Whatever is on the other side of the door in my dreams has to be here, on the other side of this door. Go on, open it, find out. My hand began to twist the knob, but then I paused. I considered calling out to my friends again. Where were they? Was I really going to open this door alone? I had a feeling in my gut that whatever was on the other side of this door in my dreams wouldn't be there if the others were here. If they were here, we would find a rundown living room and nothing more. No, I had to do this by myself. I can't explain why, but I was sure of it. And so, I twisted the handle and I threw open the door. Nothingness lay beyond. An indescribable blackness, vast and empty. Not just darkness. In the darkness, there is always something. As a child, we went on a school trip to some caves. Deeper and deeper we went, and eventually, the tour guide had us turn off our lights. We were thrown into the most complete darkness that I have ever experienced. Our guide explained how almost no sunlight reached this deep down. She told us we could place our hand inches in front of our nose, and we still wouldn't see it. I tried, and she was right. But I knew it was there, I knew there was the ground below me, cave walls to my sides, and a ceiling above. Classmates, teachers, the tour guide were all around me. I knew that there was other stuff out there in the darkness. I just couldn't see it. Even as the slight fear of the dark that every child has, even if they're too proud to admit it, began to creep over me, my fears were about what was out there. Bats, rats, ghosts and ghouls and murderers. My mind almost tricked me into believing that I could just make out a giant, grotesque face looking down on us, ready to swallow us whole, and I had to fight back a scream. When we fear the dark, we fear what hides within it. But what lay behind that front door of this strange house in the woods, the house which had haunted my dreams for as long as I could remember, what lay behind that door was entirely different and more horrifying than even the blackness of those caves. An indescribable emptiness. In the caves, I knew there was stuff out there, hidden in the darkness. Behind that door, there was nothing. If I were to step through that doorway, beyond the threshold of our universe of matter and of somethingness, I would not feel the ground beneath my feet. There would be no walls around me, nor ceiling above, no classmates or teachers or tour guides, no bats, rats, ghosts, ghouls or murderers. Just nothing. I would float there in nothingness for all of eternity, the only matter in a void, isolated. At this point, I remembered what comes next in the dream. The bump. Something pushes me from behind, and I fall into the house. Horror swept over me, and I realized that I had to leave. Now. I stumbled backwards, crying out for my friends, for Matt and for Rachel, even for Boba, as I fled in their direction. Reaching for the ledge from which I'd fallen earlier, I stopped just to catch my breath. The slope that towered before me, it seemed so much steeper and higher than before. An unscalable wall barricading my retreat from the horror that lay behind, extending left and right until disappearing behind unnaturally dense trees. If I would try to climb back to the path here, I would surely slip on the frost and break my leg, trapping me forever. As my eyes scanned the environment for a way out, they fell upon the house, and my stomach dropped. Enormous tentacles of nothingness were expanding out of the doorway, reaching blindly as though from some colossal sea monster hidden in the depths of the ocean. Smaller legs of the void were crawling along the ground, a sinister cross between Thing from the Addams Family and some oversized spider, leaving a path of literal annihilation into the void in their wake, erasing the world behind them. I had to find a section of the ledge which I could climb before being dragged into the void by one of those things. If I could just climb out and find my friends, I would be safe. I don't know how I knew this, but I knew it was true. And so I ran parallel to the ledge, trying to ignore the building in the corner of my eye and the threat of unending displacement from material existence in the forefront of my mind. It soon became clear that the ledge formed a giant circle, with the house directly in the center. I was in an inescapable arena, in a cage match against an unbeatable foe, and the penalty for losing was an eternity of desperate isolation The void was getting closer now. Maybe a third of the area of my prison having been consumed, and the tentacles surrounding me in a huge writhing mass of empty space. Closer they came. I curled into a ball on the ground. Now, one was so close that I could reach out and place my arm inside it, to be lost for all of eternity. The same inevitable fate which awaited me. More tentacles enveloped me, forming a great dome that seemed to stretch on forever. The smaller spider-like branches of the void spun their web along the ground, annihilating everything in their wake, leaving me on an island disconnected from the material universe. In one last desperate attempt, I searched my island, begging for a way out. The isolation was inescapable at this stage, but perhaps there was a way to minimize my suffering. A sharp rock or a stick, perhaps. Anything to just end things. As my island got smaller and smaller, I closed my eyes and fell into the fetal position, allowing my despair to finally and completely engulf me. Then I heard it. Quiet at first, but undeniable. My name. Someone was calling my name. Matt. And then a woman's voice. Rachel. My eyes snapped open, and the void was gone. I was laying on the ground, in a well-lit forest clearing. A ledge, far less intimidating than it had been a moment earlier, on my right, and a ruin of a house on my left. Above me was Matt. He had seen me, and he was calling out to check I was okay. I told him I was fine. I just slipped down the frosty ledge due to the frost and hadn't hurt myself, and that we should leave. Too late. Matt caught sight of the house, and his eyes lit up with childlike wonder. He slid down the ledge and sprinted to the house, excited to explore. Rachel and Boba slid down after him. While I watched from my position by the ledge, Matt and Rachel entered the front door to the house to explore the rundown ruin. Whether he sensed something wrong with the house, or just that I didn't want to be alone, Boba sat beside me while those two explored. Eventually, we returned to the footpath and we just finished off our walk. As we left the forest, Matt wondered aloud why he and Rachel had never discovered that house on their many walks. They didn't have an answer, other than the fact that they rarely left the path. Personally, I think they could have charted every inch of that forest, and they never would have discovered that place. This story is difficult to recall in full. Little bits of it I do remember, but there are gaps. I do still remember this being one of the most frightening things that I have ever witnessed. My family and I lived in a small, 2-bedroom apartment in Jeonju. Our apartment was built in the suburb of Palbokdong. It is a very industrial area. We live there because it is very cheap to live in that place. When I was turning 7 years old, my family had a birthday party to celebrate my age. It was a fun day. Every one of my friends came to visit me, and we all had cake, and I was able to open lots of gifts. The happy memories are gone after this though, because that is when I start to see the mysterious guest. I thought she was a parent of my friend's at first, standing there in the back wearing sunglasses. I think to myself, it's very, very strange that this woman is wearing sunglasses inside our apartment. Later that night, when all my friends have left to go back to their homes, she is still there, out in the common yard area that I can see from my bedroom window. Still, she is wearing those dark sunglasses and staring up at my window. I tell my parents about this. They lock all the doors and they tell me there is no woman. There was no woman like that at the party. They look out my window as I point to where I just saw the woman standing, but there is nothing. This would not be the last time I see her. Later at night, very late now, I open my eyes as I realize I am thirsty and I need to go to the kitchen to get myself a drink of water. This is when I see that woman again. Not out the window, not in the common yard area, but standing right in front of me in my room, bending over the foot of my bed. Her face is very close to mine, and I see that those sunglasses are not glasses. They are holes. Holes where eyes should be. This woman reaches out for me, and I scream for my parents. This seems to scare her as she runs and hides inside my bedroom closet. My parents run to me through my door. They yell and shout a lot, asking me what is wrong. I point and I yell to them that a woman tries to get me, to take me. I keep pointing at my bedroom closet, and my father runs there and opens it. That woman, with no eyes, stares back at him. She just crouches there in the closet, staring at us. My parents are screaming now too. We all run to my little brother's room to get him, and we run to our car, and we drive very fast away from that apartment. We did not return to that place, only to send for our things. We moved far away to a new suburb, and now, all these years later, I live far away from Jeonju. Many people tell me that I imagined that night, that nothing ever happened. But I won't ever forget that fear that I felt that night. I don't know what that woman is. Maybe she is Tongbin Nanua Yucha. It is known here as the Hollow-Eyed Woman. Maybe she is just a crazy woman. But how did she see? With no eyes. My friends and I like to hike. A trail we frequently visit and occasionally camp at is the Pakmudong Loop in the Jirisan National Park. This trail is very expansive and can be difficult for inexperienced hikers to find their way. It should not be undertaken by those with little or no experience, as if you go there without knowing your way, you will most certainly become lost. My friends and I plan to go on the trail on the coming weekend after work. We had all finished our work week come Friday and we packed up our friend's car, ready to drive out to Jirisan. We are all in very high spirits on the drive to the park. We are all very passionate about the outdoors and look forward to any opportunity to get outside in the fresh air. On the way, my friend remarks that the storm clouds are looking very dark, and we hope it will be okay for our weekend. We arrive at the entrance to the park, and we make our way to where we always camp, and we proceed to set up our tents. We will start our hiking tomorrow morning. Early in the morning, we wake and we begin cooking our breakfast. We laugh and joke around together before gathering our things into our packs and starting off on the trail. This is where my scary story will begin. It began during our hiking on this day. We would hear things. Not normal sounds of the outdoors, but strange sounds. Sometimes almost like a chittering laughing noise from just beyond the tree lines. It began most innocent, but over time became louder, more intrusive. This continues all the while up the trail. At times, the noises and strange sounds become quiet. At times, they become so loud it feels almost like people are whispering to our ears. It is very strange. As we're setting up our camp for the night, we're all feeling very unsettled. But it still is best to remain here for the night. Even if we are to leave now, it would take us all day to reach the base, and then we still need to return to our car. So we all go to our tents for the night, and we try our best to sleep. We will start our hike back down tomorrow, as these experiences, they have become too much for us. I would have only hoped that this would be the end of those. The next thing that happened is why I have never been back to that trail. Why my friends never go back there also. It was very late at night when I wake to the sound. This sound is different than any sound I've ever heard before. Different again to the chittering laughing. This time, it's almost like a fluctuating laugh, but mixed with crying. Like a high-pitched child laughing, then into a deep voice crying. I was scared, laying in my tent, because this sound, it was not alone. It was accompanied by footsteps. Footsteps that began far off, but moving undoubtedly closer to my tent. Walking around our campsite. This was very real and very dangerous now, I think to myself. This is not just noises anymore that can be passed off as anything. There is someone very real who at this time sounds utterly deranged, walking around our camp. The footsteps continue, slowly now. The leaves crunching under this person's feet. And this person sounds as though they are barefoot. It is then I see the zipper inside my tent begin to move, side to side, up and down. They're trying to come in. I know this. I grab the zipper and I hold it. I hold it as tight as I can to stop it from opening. Whoever is out there is pulling hard, very hard now. And I hear something terrible. A low, almost growling voice mutters from outside, "Let me in." It is very quiet. I'm crying now. I'm terrified. The voice comes again. "Let me in." And I cannot contain my fear. I fall to the mattress in my tent, burying my face to the pillow and just praying that this thing will just go away. It is then that the person stops trying to open the zipper. I think this is over, but even 5 seconds later, I hear the most frightening thing I've ever heard in my life as this person kicks my tent and screams at me. I grab again at the zipper and I hold it so tight that it cuts into my hand. I'm cowering inside now, my face in my pillow and holding the sleeping bag over me, begging that this person will just leave me alone. Whatever or whoever might be up there, maybe here's my prayer. Because this person now, I hear them walking away from my tent. I am shaking uncontrollably now and crying. I have never felt this scared in my life. I lay there at my tent all night until I can see the sun is coming up. I'm still not entirely assured of getting out of my tent, but I must if we are to leave this place. Slowly, I unzip my tent and I climb out. At first, I feel a great relief at the sight of my friends standing at our campsite. But that is only until I see their faces. They are staring up, and they are visibly very, very scared, almost paralyzed. I follow their gaze, and I wish I did not. Sitting there, up high in the tree, is a disgusting childlike figure. It is dressed in rags, and it is smiling at us, with what I can only say is pure evil in its eyes. It crouches on the branch where it sits, and it smiles down upon us. I notice that it holds in its hand a very large knife, and I do not want to know what it wants to do with that knife. Then, suddenly, it leaps down to us, screaming that horrible scream from the night before. We did not bother to grab our things. We only ran very fast from that campsite, down towards the base. As fast as we run, still we hear sounds around us, everywhere, and all at once. We finally make it to the bottom, and we get in our car, and we never, ever go back to that cursed place. Still, we don't know. What was that? There's no way a kid will be out on that trail. Ghost? Demon? Something else? We don't know. But what we do know is how very lucky we are. 2 weeks later, there are news reports of a brutal murder on that trail. 2 hikers ripped apart in an apparent knife attack. No suspect ever found. Have you ever stayed at a hotel where you just feel uneasy? This was my experience recently. I still have no genuine explanation for this, and it is something that has caused me to go to therapy, because I still don't know if what I heard was in my head or in reality. I'm a businessman living in Seoul. I travel frequently for my job, and because we had business outside of Seoul, in another city, I was staying at a hotel in Wonju. It had been a very tiring day for me, and I was preparing to get into the bed. As I'm making for myself a cup of tea, I hear a faint scratching sound. This does not unsettle me as much as it just frustrates me. I must wake up early in the morning, and I will not be able to sleep with this annoying scratching sound. But I wait, and I just hope that it will stop. As I'm drinking my tea, I notice that this scratching sound continues, starting and stopping, and then again and again. It's getting very unpleasant now, so I get up and I put my ear to the wall where it sounds like it's coming from. But I realize it's not coming from another room. It is coming out of the closet in my own room. I feel a bit scared now, as I do not know what this could be. Perhaps rodents. I decide that I will leave this door closed, as I don't want to open it and let something out if it is rats. Thankfully, after some time, the scratching noise does stop, and I'm able to get a good night's sleep. The following day, I go about my business as usual. I will be here in the city for another 2 nights. I have meetings this day, and other things to get done. And after this, I return again to the hotel. I plan on stopping by the front desk to ask them about what could possibly be that scratching sound. I do not get to ask them this question though, as I'm stopped at the door by police officers. The officers ask me if I'm staying at this hotel and ask me my room number. When I tell them, I am frightened as they turn me around and put me in handcuffs. I don't understand what's happening, and I'm taken to a group of detectives who asked me a lot of questions. The officer who put me in the handcuffs goes to the desk to ask something before returning to me and unlocking my handcuffs, explaining to his colleagues that I'm not who they are looking for. They then explain to me something that will still haunt me into the end of my life. They explain to me that a woman was found in my hotel room today, tied up in the closet, deceased. A million terrible thoughts run through my head. The scratching sound I heard from the closet. She was alive? If I had just opened the closet, might I have saved her life? These thoughts were ended after the detectives proceeded to explain. They say to me, "We are not suspecting you, as you only checked into this hotel yesterday. This woman has been dead for at least a week." Okay, a disclaimer. To the very best of my knowledge, this story is true. I don't expect to convince you, truth be told. I've had a hard time coming to terms with it myself, cliché as it may be. I really am a rational person, and if not for this, I would probably be the most stone-faced atheist you'd ever meet. But after much internal struggle and debate, I have come to the conclusion that there are things in life that simply can't be explained with reason, at least in the form in which we know it. Logic, for all the trust we place in it, is really nothing more than a candle, all too easily snuffed out. And when it is gone, we are left alone in the dark, and everything that we would scoff at by daylight suddenly becomes very believable. Alright, before I wax too melodramatic, here's my story. I was very young, only 4 or 5 at most, before either of my siblings were born. It was just Mummy and Daddy and me, living in our little house in Great Bend, Kansas. Very quaint. We were a young family, without much money, and most of our furniture was second-hand. It was the middle of the day, summer, hot, boring. I was playing marbles by myself on the thin carpet beside the huge, old, flower-patterned couch. Mum was down the hall in the kitchen, and Dad was at work. Why I was trying to roll marbles around on the carpet, I don't know. We had a perfectly good linoleum floor, after all. But there I was, swishing the marbles back and forth, happily bouncing them into each other. Then, in my overzealous enthusiasm, I rolled too hard. My favourite marble, the clear ruby red one, zipped into the dark space under the couch and was lost. Damn it. Dad wasn't home, and he was the only one strong enough to move that huge old couch for me. I would have to get my marble back myself. I reached my hand under the couch, tentatively at first, then deeper. Encountering no marbles, I pulled my hand out in disappointment. Then, a hand reached out from under the couch back at me. I remember the image vividly, and I suspect I always will. It was a slim hand, with tapered fingers. A woman's hand. It was gnarled and wrinkled, as if aged, and it was dead black. Not black as in African, black as in dead. Of course, back then, I didn't know that corpses blackened as they decomposed, so I didn't know what the black meant. The hand reached out to me as far as it could, which was just up to the wrist. Then, it retreated back under the couch. Then, it emerged again. This time, pushing with it a little crumpled up plastic bag with a logo on it, one I did not recognize. It waited, as if expecting me to take the bag. Then, when I didn't, it pulled the bag back under the couch, and it was gone. I got up, walked down to the kitchen, and I told my mummy what had happened. Why didn't I run screaming? Or, at the very least, run? I don't really know. All I can say is, I was a little kid. A hand reaching out from under the couch at me didn't seem like that huge deal. I had not yet learned what was and was not permissible in reality. I had no worldview. Mum was skeptical, but walked me back to the couch and explained how I was probably imagining things. She even reached her own hand under the couch to convince me that there was nothing down there. Later, Dad lifted the couch up for me, and the only thing under there was, of course, my missing marble, plus a few more marbles that I didn't even remember losing. But here's the scary part. For years I remembered this. I even developed a weird fantasy of little hand people living under the couch, and I, in my childlike innocence, believed that they would catch me and take me away if I ever dared reach into their domain again. Then, as I grew older, I wrote the memory off as a dream I had as a child. Cute, but silly. Then, a few years ago, I recounted the story to my mother. She gave me a funny look and told me that she did remember that, because after all, she had been there. She told me that she remembered me coming to her in the middle of the day and telling her about this hand under the couch. She remembered being highly disturbed by my story, since I was an extremely quiet, well-behaved kid who didn't ever lie. Then she told me about the couch itself. According to her, she and Dad had gotten it from the estate of an old woman who had actually died on it. This was the first time I'd heard about this, but it sure explained why they got rid of the couch within a month of my story. But here's the part that truly frightens me, even to this day. The part that I have to try so hard to get out of my mind some nights. Remember that bag that the hand pushed towards me? I've never forgotten that logo that was on it. And recently, as in a few years ago, I saw that same logo again on what looked like the same type of bag in a hardware store. It was a bag of utility razor blades. The storm slithered across the countryside, consuming all in its path. Hurricanes are nasty, especially in southern Florida. This one was a Category 4 with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. Most people evacuate in such a tempest, but not my grandpa. The man is as stubborn as a boulder, with less emotion to boot. He's a hard man, difficult to love, but not entirely without his charm. He's faithful, slow and steady, always does what he says. Grandpa is cut from a different cloth, old school through and through. His face is as severe as the storm, and his demeanour equally so. No one would consider him a pleasant man, not even his wife. For this reason, he lives alone in Hendry County on a plantation. I found myself stuck in the crosshairs of this ungodly devastation for his sake. I was worried for him. I'm his eldest grandchild, so I felt responsible for caring for him. To this day, I regret my decision. It left me scarred. Sleep eludes me. I lay in my bed, unable to keep my eyes closed. In the stillness of the early morning, I hear his desperate cries. I told myself there was nothing I could do. This is probably true, but fear stole my breath away. I was powerless to stop them. Storms are the worst. The panic attacks begin. The memories come back in a flood of emotions. I remember all the details. I hear the screams, the noises that no human mouth can produce. My therapist says that they are fantasies my mind conjured up to distract me from my loss. I want nothing more than to believe this. Yet, I know it is not so. I saw the eye. The crotchety old bastard shouted, "Jeb, move your ass. The storm's approaching and we still need to gather all the cattle into the barn." Thoroughly regretting my decision to help the old man, I responded, "I'm going as fast as I can. Yelling at me isn't going to make it better." At this point, the wind was whipping through the trees. The rain was pelting us in the face, feeling like pinbricks on our exposed skin. This was so stupid. The old man had insurance on the farm. All the damages would be recompensated. Love makes you do dumb things. The old man was the only family I had left. My mum died in childbirth. My dad drank himself to death, one sip at a time. Death by bottle. I was left alone, with no family members who cared for me. No legal guardian at the age of 14. Confused, lost, bouncing from couch to couch, consumed by anger at my mother for abandoning me, disgust for the weakness of my father, and jealousy of my friends who had loved ones. This is how Terry Clearwater found me. He took me in without a second thought. His level-headedness grounded me. The old man was the only consistent thing in my life. He genuinely saved me. Guilt and shame shatter my heart when I remember this. A debt to my grandpa will forever be unpaid. When he needed me most, I froze. The storm roared. It surprised me how loud hurricanes can be. A war was being fought outside, an onslaught of winds and rain against the longevity of the trees and stones. Judging from the noise, it seemed as if the storm was winning. We made our way indoors, stacking the heaviest beds and dresses against the windows. We were not keen on having a branch tossed through the window to impale anyone. I began to fill the bathtubs and the sinks with water, knowing that at any time, the power might go out. After we felt confident enough in our fortifications, the two of us gathered in the living room. To distract ourselves from the tempest huffing and puffing and trying to blow our house down, I dealt out cards. It was in the second game of poker when the lights began to flicker. Before we could even finish our hand, the lights were out altogether. For a second, we just sat there in the dark, listening to the wind and the rain. It was oddly peaceful. That was the last peaceful moment I had with my grandpa. Sometimes I wake up, tears staining my pillowcase, yearning for that moment again. I don't think I would light the candles this time. I think I would just let that moment linger, stretching it out for as long as possible. I miss his gruff voice, his rough hands, the sturdy pat on my shoulder, his signature way of showing me that he cared for me. He never outright said he loved me, but it was clear by his actions. Words are cheap. Actions are invaluable. He was invaluable to me. I ignited the flashlight and lit a sufficient number of candles. My nose was assaulted by whirring scents. Each tried to compete with its counterpart. The room smelled of pomegranates and maple, cinnamon and ocean breeze. Any smell imaginable was present. The smells made me queasy. At least, that's what I thought then. Looking back at it now, I'm convinced that somewhere in my conscience, I was aware of what was about to happen. Grandpa grabbed his portable battery-operated radio, the one he used to listen to the ball games, and he switched it to the local weather channel. In a crackling, staticky tone, the weather host predicted that the eye of the storm should be passing Hendrick County in the next few minutes. The charming woman's voice promised that the worst had passed and there shouldn't be much more to worry about. Stay hunkered down, light your candles. The woman could not have been more wrong. The storm in one final torrent of ungodly fury, blew with all its combined strength. An awful ripping noise, a crack, and an explosion. The 100-year-old oak in our front yard smashed through our kitchen window. I remember staring up through the gaping hole in the ceiling, seeing the pitch black of night, darkened by the suffocating clouds and the whipping winds. I felt as if I was staring into the depths of the abyss itself. The storm, at that moment, ceased. No more wind, no rain. The clouds parted, so the moon was visible. It was full, the eye of God peering down on us. I stared perplexed at the blood moon. It was the color of blood congealed on a corpse. The visage was malevolent by nature. It was not the celestial body I was used to. It was foreign, uncomfortably large. The moon seemed to open wide and swallow the night sky. This false moon had one dark spot in the center, a pupil, like an eye. The longer I looked at it, the more it peeked into the depths of my soul. It was alive. More than that, it meant harm. I was certain of this. I can't tell you how I knew this, but there was no doubt. The night sky, other than the crimson glow radiating from that celestial eye, was darker somehow. It wasn't merely darkness. It was inky blackness, void of any light. It was a sky bathed in pitch black. No light refracted, no light illuminated. My flashlight's beam seemed to be choked in the night, an anorexic illumination emitting from the spotlight. Where my LED light would have ignited the sky like an offspring of the sun itself, it barely allowed me to see into the far wall of the room. It was as if the cruelty of the storm split the fabric of our reality, only to have the whole filled by this monstrosity. Perhaps that is exactly what occurred. Regardless, I found my adolescent self staring at the night. I can't rightly tell you how long me and my grandpa stood looking at that eye in the sky. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We were glued to our spot, necks contorted, eyes locked on the celestial body. I'm not even sure I blinked the entire time. My eyes refused to break the soul gaze for one moment. Soul gaze it was. I understood vileness at that moment. I met true darkness. Fear did more than fill my heart. It consumed me. A shadowy beast tearing into my sanity. I felt myself wandering, my consciousness being lost forever. It was the blood-curdling cries in that inky blackness that broke my mind's wandering. It was off in the distance, but I could not locate the origins. The darkness did more than distort light. The sound was odd. It was as if the night had substance to it, causing the sound waves to bounce off of it. Echolocation was impossible. One moment, the sound would come from behind me. The next would be just outside my field of vision. I couldn't tell if the creatures were leagues away or if they lurked right outside of sight. A different type of fear seized me. This kind was animalistic, natural, whereas the previous type was philosophical and soul-wrenching. There was a predator on the loose my mind could comprehend. Before, the fear instilled by that eye in the sky ripped at my understanding entirely. It was something superseding my insignificant intellect. Still, my body became erect. My senses fired on all cylinders, attempting to detect and protect. That carnal portion of my mind took over. Self-preservation kicked in, and I unconsciously shuffled towards my grandpa. Safety in numbers. We huddled there under the dinner table, unwilling to make a sound, hoping, praying that the howls would fall off in the distance. No such thing happened. Fear muddled our minds, and we could hardly even breathe. Eventually, my grandpa whispered in a voice barely audible, "We need to get to the attic. We're exposed here. We would stand a better chance of hiding. Also, my guns are in the lockbox in there." Mostly because I lacked a better plan myself, and I was petrified to be left alone. I followed him as we crept out from under the table to the corner of the room. On all fours, we crawled from one side of the room to the other, careful not to make a sound. The cries were getting desperate, hollering, slobbering noises produced in the back of the throat. They made my blood run cold. In the dim light of my flashlight, I saw my grandfather trembling. His hands shook and his face grew sweaty. Those bestial calls were terrifying, but I had never seen my grandpa scared. This absolutely paralyzed me with fear. My grandpa had survived the Korean War, Vietnam War, and helped train people in Desert Storm. If he was worried, then I knew we were in dire straits. We were not moving fast enough. I was deathly afraid that those creatures stalking us would catch up to us. As we barreled forward, scuttling as fast as we dared, we turned the hall to run face to face with one of those things. It resembled a dog. I mean this in the loosest possible way. It was made of shadow. I don't mean it was shadowy. I mean the body was formed by the swirling darkness. Its paws were too large for the sleek frame, extended even longer by cruel claws protruding from its tips. The beast had twisted spines, piercing its bent back. Its skin was flaky, like it was afflicted with a serious case of mange. Thank God I was unable to see its face. Its ears were notched and stood erect. They shortened and lengthened in a mesmerizing pattern. We backed away slowly, making sure we didn't lose sight of the demon dog. In reverse, we made our way to the living room, hoping to make it to the staircase. As we scooted along, we heard a scratching sound coming from the kitchen. My head twisted with breakneck speed to catch a glimpse of a second creature climbing through the hole created by the falling tree. We were exposed to it. It only had to look up from its incessant scratching to see us. Forgetting all pretenses, we climbed to our feet, scrambling across the hardwood hallway for the living room. I wasn't even trying to hide my footfalls. I fled with all my might. My grandpa was right behind me. These things heard our ragged breathing and our heavy footfalls. In seconds, they were in hot pursuit. Snarls and slobbering yawls echoed down the hallway after us. Panic seized me, and I ran faster than I ever thought possible. When I made it to the stairway, I turned to look back. My grandpa was a few strides behind me. Those things were barreling towards him. He wasn't going to make it. Our eyes locked. I saw that he was not going to make it. His lips formed, "I love you, son." It was the first time that I'd ever heard him say it. Tears filled my eyes. I knew I ought to help him, yet my feet remained locked firmly to the spot. I watched as he changed course and began to run towards the front door. Those things were drawn further away from me. Still, I was unable to move. I stood there stunned, struck dumb in the presence of my grandpa's final heroic act. Time was put on rewind, and for a second, I saw the man my bent grandfather used to be. A glorious man, young and full of life. He stood tall, accepting his death with stoic grace. My grandpa turned to me, and we locked eyes. A moment passed, and he bellowed, "Go! Get out of here! Grab the gun and hide!" As if it was magic, the ice in my veins melted. I moved with the grace of an Olympic athlete. I flung myself up those stairs, 3 steps at a time. I barreled through the spare bedroom, slamming the closet door against the plaster wall. I pulled the drawstring for the attic door up above my head. I shot up the pull-down ladder and found myself in pitch darkness. If I could only get to my grandpa's shotgun, maybe I could help him. It couldn't be too late. I can't lose him too. He's all I have left. As if to make a liar of me, immediately, I heard a familiar voice echoing from downstairs. It was my grandpa, and he was screaming. Tears filled my eyes, and my vision began to sway. Those screams, those god-awful pleas for help, they tore great swaths out of my still beating heart. I was consumed by those creatures, if not bodily, then emotionally. My grandpa, my strong, stubborn, and independent grandpa. I was left alone, again, in the dark with no one to guide me. I collapsed to my knees in that scorching attic. I looked to the heavens, hoping to see God. All I saw through a leaking crack in the roof was that damned eye. The blood moon seemed to wink at me, pleased with the activities of this night. I heard the unearthly screeches of those dogs taper off. It was just me and the celestial body. We stared at each other for a moment, then two. The eye in the sky didn't want flesh. It wanted this. It wanted to gorge itself on my pain. The kind that remains. The kind no doctor can heal with clever medicines. The insatiable pain of loss with no hope of recovery. A broken heart, unable to be mended. Guilt for actions not taken and prices not paid. I used to think I was brave, a strong man. Now, I know the truth me and that eye both saw. I am a coward, through and through, willing to let those I love pay the price. With one final glance, I looked and I saw that eye, and it saw me. I knew it, and it knew me. Then, the winds picked up, and the clouds obscured that eye from my sight. I would like to say that I have never seen it since. But every time I close my eyes, I still see it. You see, I live my life underneath the watchful gaze of that celestial eye. Story number 1. Old Lady Under the Birdcage. Submitted by Terranigma. This story happened a few years after my Snake Man story. I was about 18, and I had started work in an old retirement home as a nursing assistant down the central coast of New South Wales. I worked there for a few months before I saw anything paranormal. The nursing home was a huge, single-story place, but had 2 outdoor courtyards, which were inside the nursing home. The whole thing was the shape of a number 8, and each wall that faced the courtyards were covered in big floor-to-ceiling windows. You could stand at one end of the nursing home and look through the windows to almost the other side of the nursing home. I started working morning shifts, but as my skills increased, they decided to start me on nights. I didn't mind, because the pay was a little bit better, and I have not been one to have a busy social life, so I agreed to it. I came on shift, and I had a report from the previous staff that all was well. Then, I was instructed to turn all the hall lights off, and then check this one resident's room, as they had gone to bed late. They were tired from a day outing or family visit. So, his electronic wheelchair was in his room and would need to be taken to the morgue to be charged. The morgue was a room that had no door to get in from the outside and had a row of electric chargers for about 5 electric wheelchairs to be plugged in. We called it the morgue as there was an old gurney that had body bags and sheets on it for if someone had passed away. We would wash the body, then put it into a body bag, leave them in that room on the gurney with the air conditioning on, and leave them there for the funeral people to come and take the body. The room looked like it had been used for a big bathroom, as the floor and halfway up the walls were tiled. I was new, like I said, and I needed a lot of instruction, but they were happy with my eagerness and willingness to help out whenever I can. The registered nurse instructed me to get the electric wheelchair out of the resident's room and bring it to the morgue for charging. I had checked. All the residents were in their beds, and all was peaceful. I shut off all the lights in the halls, but there was still a small amount of light from the exit signs and the small hall lights that don't turn off. I was walking down the back hall, and I looked straight ahead, and I saw an old lady sitting under the birdcage. The residents had a budgie in a small cage in a room that was called the Friendship Room. There was a big TV, tables and chairs, games, books, all that sort of stuff. I was walking towards the friendship room when I saw the old lady sitting under the birdcage. But I stopped halfway in the middle of the hallway as I said to her, "Are you okay? It's very late. Everyone is in bed." She just sat there and looked at me. I could see that she had snow white hair, which looked to be curled, and she had a white satin nightdress on. She also had these big black framed glasses on that looked very thick. The room was dark, but I could see her clearly as an emergency exit sign was lit up above her. I looked directly at her and waited about 10 seconds for a response, but I got none. I thought at the time maybe she was just hearing impaired and I should go up to her ear so she may hear me clearer. Then, all of a sudden, I heard a loud laughing and banging from the other side of the nursing home. I turned my head to look at the other two nursing assistants pushing a medication trolley and joking and laughing. They were on the other side of the nursing home, but I could see through the windows, through the courtyard, and through the windows on the other side. I only broke my gaze at the old lady for about 3 seconds, and when I had turned to look back at her, she was gone. I ran to the room as I thought she might have fallen over. I flicked the lights on and looked around the room, but no one was there. After that, I started to tremble with fear, because at that time I was very scared of anything supernatural. I ran, and I told the other nursing staff, and they just said, "Yeah, we see stuff like that all the time." I needed to sit down, so I asked for 5 minutes to go and have a cigarette, and they agreed. I grabbed my smokes and sat out in one of the courtyards at an outdoor table and chairs. I was shaking so bad from fright, and as I looked around the dim courtyard, I saw what looked like someone sitting on a wooden chair under a big shadow from the tree. All I could see of them was the hips down, as the rest of him was behind the big shadow of the tree. I could see old brown boots and wooden/cotton-pressed pants that were dark brown as well. I started to freak out and hyperventilate. I looked away and back at the spot that I had seen the man, but nothing was there. My hair stood up, and I was shaking so bad that I dropped my smoke. I sat there for a few minutes. Then, I thought it was stupid of me to be scared, and I thought I should not anger it, so I said to it, "Would you like to join me?" After I said this, I pushed out a chair, and I felt my dread go. I felt peaceful. I sat there, just talking out loud, and I felt a lot better. After all this, I'd forgotten about charging the wheelchair, so I put my stuff in my bag and went back in the nursing home. I got the wheelchair from the room it was left in, but I banged into the wall as I wasn't very good at using the electronic controls. I walked down the hall, but it was awkward as I have very big feet and my feet kept hitting the back of the motor on the wheelchair. I turned the corner and I saw black dress shoes and navy blue, long pants. I just assumed it was the registered nurse. I called out for them to wait, as there was something I had wanted to ask the nurse. They were walking away from me, and I yelled again for them to wait, and they started to power walk away from me. I got a bit annoyed. I thought they were playing games with me, so I ran after the person. They started running, and I followed them down the hall. And then they ran into the morgue. I didn't hear the door open or close, and when I realized this, I felt so scared. I knocked on the morgue door, then opened it and turned the light on. There was no one in that room, and nowhere for anyone to hide or exit the room. I grabbed the chair and I plugged it in as fast as I could and ran out with the light still on. I would see ghosts in this nursing home all the time at night, but I got used to them after almost 1 year of constant exposure to ghosts. When I would see them, they were solid. They looked just like a living person. Story number 2, The Woman in the House. Submitted by Brit Clem 1234. I moved into a 3-story house in Mundubbera with my mum and my 4 other siblings. The youngest was only 4 months at the time. I had moved into the room across from my mum's, and every time I walked out of my room, I noticed the youngest watching me from the cot. First, I didn't think anything of it, but I then realized she wasn't looking at me, but behind me. I couldn't get my head around it, but one night I was lying in my bed when I noticed a shadow near my door. I thought I was just seeing things, so I rolled over and pulled my sheets up over my head. This went on for 4 nights. Then one day, I came home from school really angry, and I locked myself in that room. I sat on my bed, drawing like I do when I get mad. When I was sitting there, I heard someone talking to me. It was hard to understand. I just thought it was my brother from downstairs. I walked to the garage where my stepdad was sitting having a smoke, and I asked him if he had ever experienced anything weird. He's a big believer in ghosts and life after death. He said that when he was shaving in the upstairs bathroom, the door would slam shut, and he had seen the handle move before being flung back open. So he never used the upstairs bathroom again. The next morning, I was sitting watching TV with him before he went to work. No one else was up, and I wouldn't have been, but I had a sleeping problem. We sat and watched for a little while when we heard a knock on the door, so he answered it, but no one was there. In the reflection of the TV, I could see something standing behind the couch. I went up to my room after my stepdad left, and I found the previous owners of the house. I asked them if someone had passed away in that house, and they said yes. There was a lady who had lived there with her mum and dad. She had a son who was about 5 or 6. He was in the bath, and she went to grab him out and slipped, hit her head, and drowned in the bath. The young boy ran downstairs and told the parents. So that was who was in the house. I came to terms that she was watching over us kids, because I believe spirits won't leave this world when they have an unfinished purpose. So knowing what had happened, I didn't want her to feel lonely. So when I was upset or angry, I would lock myself in my room and talk to her. I would sometimes get a response like, "It will be okay," or "I am here for you." I soon got used to it, but we couldn't afford to live in that house anymore, so we moved to a cheaper one. And guess what? It has a ghost too, but all you can hear is him stomping around. It's usually only me and my stepdad who experience all this stuff, and sometimes my mum and younger sisters and brother, but not my older brother. I haven't told anyone about talking to her and seeing her in my room. Story number 3, The Haunted Terrace House, submitted by Matty Matt. This is my second submission on this site. I mentioned in my first one that I had a few unexplained things happen while I was growing up. I will first explain the house and its layout, as the main incident of this submission will be better understood that way. I grew up in the inner west of Sydney. Our house, that my dad still lives in to this day, is a very old, brick Victorian terrace, 2-story home. At the back of this house is the main city stormwater drain, and the house is in a row of 10 houses. They were all originally built as workers' cottages for the men who built the drain system. The house is a 2-story small house with the 2 bedrooms upstairs, and downstairs is one main living room that the front door is in, with an open doorway to the kitchen. Then, a hallway that has the bathroom and a small laundry off it. From the front room, you can basically see in a straight line to the back door. It is parallel with the front door. Now, to the main incident. One night, I was visiting Dad with my brother. I was around 19 or so at the time. This would have been around 1993 or 94. We all had a great boys' day out fishing, etc. And after a good meal, we all went home to Dad's and went to bed. Dad and my brother Daniel were both upstairs, while I slept downstairs on the pull-out sofa bed. For some reason, in the middle of the night, I woke up and had a feeling to look down the hallway. As I looked, I saw a pure dark man standing there. He was looking straight ahead at the pantry that was against the wall that he was standing next to. Then, slowly, he turned his head to look at me. Even though I could not see his face, I knew absolutely that he had a maniacal smile on his face. At the same time, he opened up the knife drawer and started to pull out a carving knife. It was at this point that I jumped up and I screamed. Both my dad and my brother raced up out of bed and down the stairs. As they were coming down, the figure just vanished. I told them what I'd just seen, and my dad just said, "Come on, mate, it was just a bad dream." I thought about it for a second and started to think, maybe he's right, when my brother called us into the kitchen to show us that the knife drawer was open. None of us would ever leave that drawer open, because not only do you have to walk down past it to get to the only bathroom, and there would be a good chance you'd smack your hip or tummy, But as I said earlier, we ate out that night. None of us had anything to eat at home. We were all buggered by the time we got home and all basically went straight to bed. This incident has stuck in my head in detail for over 20 years now. There were other things that happened in the house, but a lot were around my brother when we were kids. This one was certainly the one that stuck with me. Hello, Reddit. It's been a week since the tsunami struck my village. I've been stuck on the roof of my apartment building ever since it hit. I have no food, minuscule amounts of water, and things are getting pretty desperate. Local emergency services are not responding to my calls, but my Wi-Fi seems to be working well enough. And there's a portable battery here to recharge my phone for a little while. I don't think I stand any chance of getting rescued, but I thought I can at least share my story before I die. Like I said, it all started a week ago. I was a young man living in a middle-sized village right on the coast of Asia. I don't want to mention my name, in case whoever may be behind this wretched event uses it to find and harm my relatives, who all live elsewhere. And I'll keep the town and country anonymous for similar reasons. It could be possible the government of my country I'm in may be the cause of this. So I don't want to do anything that warrants censorship. It's likely you've never heard of the place anyways. It won't be around for much longer. I lived in the only apartment building in town, around 6 stories high. It was the sole skyscraper, so to speak, in the village, with every other building barely achieving 2 stories. With the exception of the town hall and 1 or 2 other buildings. I lived on the 5th floor, on my own. My immediate family lived close to the coast, in a rather large but bare 2-story residence that they shared with another family. I was the only educated member of my family, even if it was only with basic medical skills. Nevertheless, it got me a decent job as a doctor in my little town. I was paid relatively little, but in my poor city, a little money goes a very long way. Most of the townspeople had even less, and struggled for basic necessities. I considered myself lucky. My actual apartment was a small 1-bedroom, but relatively clean and with actual decent furniture, and even a television. By Western standards, it was scrawny, but compared to the rest of the town, I and the handful of other people who lived in the apartment lived like kings. The apartment complex itself was in the center of town, where the town's wealthiest residents resided. This was because the building was the newest building in our little city. One of the very few that was actually hooked up to electricity. My neighbors consisted mostly of government officials and bureaucrats, with only a tiny percentage of professional workers like me. Anyways, I lived a simple yet satisfying life. Until the day the sirens sounded. I was walking back to my apartment at around 5 in the morning after a house call, fingering the few crumpled bills that I'd gotten from the job. Despite managing to acquire a working car, another rarity in this town, I preferred to walk as much as I can, enjoying the balmy breezes of the ocean and watching the palm trees sway pleasantly, enjoying the overall hustle and bustle of life in a small village. Since it was a late hour, the town was quiet, the windows shuttered and dark, a dull sense of tranquility echoing among the empty streets. Then, suddenly, the tranquil, peaceful night was pierced by the ear-splitting wail of a tsunami siren. I was absolutely stunned for almost an entire minute. The siren? Now? For a second, I thought it was just a drill. Except, I had heard absolutely nothing pertaining to a drill while chatting with my neighbours in the local government. A tsunami drill would definitely be something they'd have brought up in conversation. Then, that would mean I broke into a run, sprinting to the apartment building. There was no time for anything else. The nearest high ground was about 5 miles inland. I'd never make it. I covered my ears as I hurriedly typed in the combination lock outside our building, bolting up the stairs. Panic filled my mind as I dashed up. Would this building even be safe? I could hear the screeching of the siren, even inside the stairwell. The lights flickered on as people stumbled outside their apartments, struggling to shake off sleep. Most of them seemed dazed, like they thought this was all a dream. 1 or 2 of the kids began to cry, and their cries, along with the dogs barking, drowned out the siren blaring outside. I potentially had only minutes to spare. I reached my apartment and fumbled with the lock, tearing inside and grabbing a few essentials into a duffel bag. I was somewhat prepared, being an organised sort of person. Some basic food, water and clothes, my phone, my laptop, and a small power generator, and I was back out in about a minute and a half. I then stormed up to the flat roof, along with a few other startled, shaking neighbours, dragging my few belongings with me. My 5th floor apartment was probably safe, but I didn't want to take any chances. On top of the roof, I placed my belongings in a corner, and I stared up at the night sky. Pristine, full of bright, shining stars, and a full moon. Down in the streets below, lights from candles and lamps began to flicker on. A trickle of people scurrying into the streets and travelling inland. The loud bellowing of the siren tore through the otherwise peaceful night, shouting its warning from its position on top of City Hall. Now, all there was to do was wait. I had actually lived through a tsunami before. A small one, and had plenty of scares. I was to stay on that roof until there was an all-clear signal. I stared out towards the ocean, watching the shoreline with a mix of dread and excitement, casting glances to the people fleeing below. Due to the combination lock, they would not be able to access our apartment, which meant that if there truly was a large tsunami, they would almost certainly be doomed. I prayed that that wouldn't be the case. Well, there was nothing I could do. So I waited, and waited, and waited. For what felt like several hours, nothing happened. At one point, I thought I saw a ripple move across the water's surface, but that amounted to absolutely nothing, and I dismissed it as my imagination. It was deathly quiet, save for the wail of the siren. Despite the lack of a wave, it continued its shrill warning. My next-door neighbour and his best friend, I'll call him Juan, plopped down next to me. He was an administrator in the government, some kind of generic bureaucrat. Something to do with tax analyzation or something like that. "Hey, what's going on?" I asked him quizzically. If this was a drill, he would know about it. "I have absolutely no idea," he responded, looking down towards the ground. "No, it's not a drill. I can tell you that." I didn't ask any more questions. We both stared at the ocean for what felt like several more hours, beginning to grow bored. Suddenly, I was jolted out of my dazed state of boredom by Juan, who was tugging at my sleeve. "Hey," he stammered, pointing down at the ground. "Where did everyone go?" I looked down at the ground. It was deathly quiet, with not a single soul in sight. Every single light in the village had been extinguished also, leaving behind a blanket of darkness. A horrid still lingered in the air, the sole noise being that of the siren, which still blared louder than an opera star. I was utterly confused. It seemed like moments ago, the streets were bustling with panicked townspeople and frightened animals. Though maybe I just lost track of time. Maybe they all just evacuated. Yet, there was a horrid feeling rising in my gut. Something just felt off. The town felt empty, devoid of life. Worse than that, it reeked of death somehow, despite nothing being visibly wrong. A murmur kicked up among those of us gathered onto the roof, most of whom hadn't noticed the disturbing silence. Was it a false alarm? Should they head down? Should they stay? I highly recommended staying. In actual drills, we were ordered to stay put until the siren stops and gives the all clear. Right now it was still crying out in full swing. Besides, I just didn't like the look of the town below. A fierce debate ensued, resulting in most of the people voting to head back down, leaving only a fraction of us who decided to stay. I was the only non-government person staying up, which confirmed my opinion. They were looking as worried as I was. One, despite noticing the disturbing silence, decided to go back down. "I'll just head over to City Hall, see what's happening and sort things out," he claimed, noticing my fear. "Just a 5-minute trip. I'll be back up in a jiffy." I begged him not to, but he persisted, even though he looked anxious himself. "The City Hall is right across the square. What could go wrong?" he reassured himself, straightening his black tie that nestled over his scruffy dress shirt. Then, he and 10 of the 20 other people on the roof went back down the stairs and into the interior of the apartment building. We never saw them again. We watched them descend into the darkness, disappearing into the gloom, hoping, praying that they would come back soon, joking how it was a false alarm, and teasing us about being cowards. About a minute in, though, a sickening, nauseating stench began to waft back up the staircase, filling my nostrils with the putrid scent of decay. A bomb of dread erupted in my stomach as I collapsed, retching up my stomach's contents onto the concrete roof. I knew this smell. It was as familiar to me as the building I stood on. It was the stench of freshly dead, decomposing bodies. Being a doctor in a poor, filthy small city, I was all too familiar with this smell. I had smelled it countless times, with countless bodies. It was unmistakable. Yet, bodies don't begin to smell like this until they've been decomposed for several days. Even if they all had just died, how would they smell like this already? I decided not to dwell on the answer. After that, we stayed well away from the stairs, only moving close to close the door. Then, we simply sat down and waited. There was me, 4 men, 3 women, and 3 kids left. The siren continued to shriek, even as the day passed and night fell again. None of us slept that first night. I spent my time staring down at the ground below, wondering what sort of horrific substance lay down there. Very rarely, during the night, when the moonlight hit a certain angle just right, I could just barely, make out a faint hint of a greenish haze floating in mid-air, a mere 2 feet below the roof of our apartment. On the 3rd day, a similar stench of decay hit our noses, like bodies being dissolved in acid. It emanated from the entire town, wafting from invisible sources. We all spent our entire day gagging and vomiting over the edge. It still smells today, drifting up from below. It smells different now, like sulfur. Now, it's been a week since the tsunami hit my town. Me and 10 other people are the only survivors as of late. We've divided up what meager supplies we have, but it's not going to last all 10 of us long. I don't think we have much time. The warning siren, even after a week, is still going full force. We're all kind of used to the noise now. I have no idea how it's powered though, considering our electricity is completely down. Once my backup generator runs out, we'll be out of power permanently. I think about my family a lot now. I forgot them in the initial panic and regretted that decision ever since. I cling to the faintest of hopes that they're somehow safe and well, but that hope shrinks with each passing day. Even worse, I think whatever the tsunami washed in, it's beginning to rise. Judging from the gleams of the moonlight, it's only a foot away from the surface of our roof now. In my college years, I've always taken the jeepney, This is a popular public transport here in the Philippines to commute to and from my university. Sure, I could take the train because it's faster, but the jeepney just costs less. And I always left my home early, so I don't really have to rush. Besides, I love listening to music on my earphones as I feel the wind breeze through my body. It was during my daily travels that I first came across the aforementioned bus. It would just sit there idly at the exact same spot every day on 5th Avenue. I first started noticing it when a traffic jam forced the Jeep I was riding to stop directly adjacent to that bus. At first, I didn't really pay much attention to it. But as time passed, I keep seeing it at that spot, no matter what the time of the day is. I began to feel disturbed. For one thing, the driver was always the same guy. He was just sitting there at the driver's seat, as if waiting for something. He would just stare mindlessly into the road ahead. I couldn't quite notice if all the passengers were also the same people. But if there is one continuous theme, all of the passengers are just sitting there. They're not even complaining about the heat or the fact that they've been sitting there for hours now. As for myself, I've never actually had any first-hand experience with that bus, but some of the people I know who traverse that same route have provided their own accounts. I'm not claiming that any of this is indisputably factual, but this is just what I've heard. My cousin's account. He usually takes the train because his university is 3 or 4 stations away from mine, so there's a greater chance that he might be late. He was coming home after a school project. It was already 10 in the evening by then, and the roads were practically deserted, when suddenly, an announcement came that a train had broken down a few stations ahead, forcing their train to stop on 5th Avenue and wait for that train to be repaired. He texted his mother if he could hitch a ride with her, since she was also coming home from work, to which she obliged. Wanting to kill some time while waiting, he opted to enter a 24/7 fast food restaurant. He ordered some food and he just played some tunes while he waited for his mum. Normally at this hour, only a few people dine, but due to the sudden breakdown, the other passengers have also entered the place, looking out for any passing jeepneys which had become scarce by that time. From his seat in the restaurant, he has a clear view of that idle bus. He wondered what it might be until he saw some people board the vehicle. He guessed that some people decided to just take their chances with it, for it seems that the train lines are not going to be repaired soon. Just then, he saw a car stop in front of the bus, which he immediately recognizes as his mum's car. He quickly finished his food, and he went down to meet her and hitch a ride. As they rode down the freeway, he glanced back at that bus, and what he found was that the bus had no destination, no display anywhere on its windows. It doesn't particularly go anywhere or come from anywhere, yet there were people boarding. Among the accounts I've gathered, he was the only one to actually see people boarding it. An account from an old high school classmate. I told him that I would probably be posting this story, so he didn't want me to pass on his name. According to him, he was also coming home from school when he had his experience with that bus. It was a hot afternoon. He had fallen asleep on the jeepney when the driver woke him up and informed that he couldn't go any further than the avenue. Realizing that he had taken the wrong jeep, he alighted, not realizing that he'd been dropped off at the far left side of that bus, directly below the driver's window. He hadn't heard of this bus before, so when he saw it, he immediately thought that it was just a normal passenger bus. Seeing as it was on that avenue, he concluded that it would at least pass by the terminal where he usually alights. So he boarded it. Remembering his earlier experience in boarding public transport, he asks the driver where the bus was headed. The driver didn't even turn to face him, but simply replied with a cold, "Straight ahead." He didn't quite catch what that meant, so he asked the driver again, and he got the same answer, "Straight ahead." It was then that he saw the passengers. They were all children, and they were all wearing white. White dresses and shoes for the girls, white shirts and pants for the boys. They were staring at him. He then felt the driver's hand on his shoulder, and the driver whispered to him, "They know you don't belong with them. Leave while you still can." Feeling a little scared now, he alighted, and he was able to board a passing jeepney, which took him all the way home. He was, understandably, a little disturbed, wondering what would have happened to him if he didn't leave that bus. I wonder about this story though, and why the children. On some occasions, I could clearly see a bunch of adults inside. Alphen's account. This is my longtime friend's account. She was the one accompanying me during all the other weird experiences. And not this though. In her account, she was alone. She was eating at that same restaurant, the one mentioned in my cousin's account. She had just finished a group project at her other classmate's house, just a few kilometers away, and she was already heading home when she felt hungry. So she decided to eat in the nearest restaurant she saw, the one on 5th Avenue. She was preoccupied eating, and she didn't notice the bus. Afterwards, she just put on her earphones, took a quick glance at the bus and boarded it without thinking. She even took a seat near the far end, occupied herself with her music. After what she thought was maybe 20 minutes, the bus hadn't moved. She just alighted without much thought, and she saw that it was already dark, even when she had only been inside for 20 minutes at most. She looked behind her, and she was able to see the bus start to move away, disappearing into the slowly darkening road. She thought, what could have happened in there? She hadn't paid much attention when she boarded, so she must have skipped some details. But as far as she can remember, the company the bus belonged to had shut down more than a decade ago. These are all the accounts that I've managed to gather so far. I don't think this mystery will ever be solved. Many times I go by there, I still see that bus. It's always there, waiting. I'll tell you a story about an apartment we rented in Napindan Tawi. There were multiple hair-raising incidents. This started way back in 2016, when a lot of killings happened because of the drug war. We were forced to move because my father was a well-known pusher and drug addict at our place in Pasi. I feared for my family's safety. That's why we rented this apartment in Tapindan Tawi. It is a 100-foot square meter 2-story apartment that has 2 rooms on the second floor. The rent was for only 5,000 pesos, which is quite cheap and a good deal. Or so we thought. The apartment we rented is built at the end of the road. That's why they call it Tumbok, which is considered as unlucky. It's said to attract bad energies. At first, we lived peacefully at our new apartment. But when they renovated the lot behind our house, which has a lot of trees, and flattened the land to give way to new residential lots, this is where the strange happenings began. My daughter, Mavis, was 3 years old that time. As a typical toddler, she's playful. We would often see her playing by herself, which is normal at her age. One day, as she was playing outside, we asked her to come in because we needed to go to a doctor's appointment that day. She said, "Eo ko umalis magagalit si Mika. Maglalaro pado kami," which means, "I don't want to go. Mika will get mad. We are still playing." Me and my wife looked at each other, stunned with disbelief. My wife asked, "Anang sino si Mika?" meaning, "Who is Mika?" My daughter pointed outside and said, "Siya si Mika siya yung kalaro ko." She is Mika. She is my playmate. Every hair on my body raised, and I felt like my head is getting bigger because of fear. I immediately took Mavis, and I went upstairs and talked to my wife. We didn't see this Mika, but we certainly felt her presence from then on. When I was around 8 or 9, on weekends we would gather on the sofa and stay up until midnight, just watching TV shows or movies. At the end of the movies, they would play the national anthem, indicating that no more shows were airing for that night. My father would then wake my siblings and me to move to our bedrooms. Before heading to bed, we need to use the bathroom. However, I was too scared to go to the bathroom at night because it was always very dark, and there were a few steps from the sofa to the kitchen and then to the bathroom. So I decided to just go outside the door. It felt safer. I could still see my parents inside the house. I was sleepy, and as I looked around where we parked our car, Behind it was our sari store. Above the store stood a huge watery rose apple tree that had been there since my grandparents got married. As I gazed up to the roof, I saw what looked like figures that seemed human. As I focused, I realized it was a huge, dark-colored man sitting on a tree branch and swinging his right leg, almost like he was just chilling there. I froze in shock, recognizing him as a kapre, a thing from Filipino folklore. Terrified, I rushed inside. My parents asked why I was so scared, but I couldn't explain it. I couldn't believe I'd seen something that I thought was just a story. As I near my 30s, I still wonder if it was real or just a sleepy illusion. But I know what I saw that night. I've never told anyone until now. My story involves a close friend from the office, who I shall refer to as Edna. Edna is what one would consider very sensitive to the otherworldly. From the stories that she shared to me and our friends, she could see ghosts and spirits ever since she was a child. I think she inherited this from her mother. I, on the other hand, do not consider myself sensitive, but I do acknowledge that some unexplainable occasions where I could smell things that aren't there, or nowhere near, like incense, flowers, or some earthly putrid smell. At other times, I could hear unexplainable noises and sounds. On my own, I attribute them to an active imagination, but when Edna comes into the scene, it's a bit hard to dismiss and makes me question, what if? And this is just one of our shared encounters. We were out on a 2-day team bonding activity, staying overnight on some remote mountain farm. This farm was a quaint collection of huts spread out and up the slopy mountainside. On the eastern side was a river, which can be accessed from the farm's side gate, and onwards to the south, behind the huts, was the forest. Upon arriving, we had a bit of time before the morning activity, so we explored the grounds. One of the first things I noticed were the dark, humanoid totems situated on tall wooden columns around the place. I saw one by the river gate, and then a few more scattered in the back of the farm, going towards the wooded area. I just dismissed the idea as a bit of ethnic embellishment to the farm. In the afternoon, we got more free time, so a few of us, including Edna, went upriver. We wanted to check out the waterfalls. The river was not too deep, so we could trek and wade across it. The trek upriver was fun since we talked amongst ourselves most of the way. But I remember feeling the rocky riverbanks foreboding and desolate. At some point, I surmised that the waterfall could be too far for me, so I decided to give up and get back to the farm. I went back to enter through the river gate, and again noted seeing one of the totems perched on top of a column as if standing guard, By dinner, everyone was back in the farm, and Edna and I and a few more friends, one of which I shall refer to as Yavin, decided to play some board games, talk, and have a few bottles of beer after dinner. We played until about 1 in the morning. Yeah, we love board games. And we decided to call it a night then. There were 7 or 8 of us staying in the same hut. Some sleeping on beds, the others on sleeping mats. The hut was a wooden house on a slope, with the north side on stilts. There were 3 beds parallel to each other, and a loft with a few more sleeping mats in it. Edna chose the farthest bed, Yavin in the middle, while I took the bed nearest the door. The rest took the loft and some slept on mats on the floor. There was no air conditioner, and the windows were quite large. Overall, the hut was airy, well ventilated by the cool night air. I was able to take a few winks, and then it started. There was a high-pitched sound that was almost barely audible. Now, this being in the Philippines, there's a big chance that this was just a mountainside echo from someone singing karaoke out in the mountains. I considered that, and so I waited a few more minutes expecting the sound to abate, waiting for the next song to get cued. But it didn't. The sound continued. It had this ethereal quality to it, like a soft wail which carried a feeling of longing and anguish. And the sound seemed to emanate from the earth and the surrounding woods. Oddly, it still felt like I could pinpoint the direction it came from, which to me felt like she was walking back and forth in an arch, not coming nearer or farther, always just out from my point of hearing. The thought of it approaching scared me, and I couldn't sleep. Not to mention the wailing sound kept me awake. A few hours later, it must have been before dawn, it finally stopped, and I was able to sleep. Later, around 9 in the morning, I complained about not getting enough sleep. Edna looked at me and asked if I'd heard it. She heard it too, and it kept her from sleeping. Like me, she had just laid in her bed, forced to listen to the wail until it finally stopped. We asked Yavin, who was in the middle bed between ours, if he had heard anything that night. No, he slept right through it, apparently, not hearing a thing. While the rest of our friends slept peacefully, only Edna and I, despite each being on opposite sides from Yavin's bed, were able to hear it. Yavin should have heard it too. That baffled us. Edna and I looked around outside to see if we could get a general idea of the direction it came from. I saw those totems, and a thought came to my mind. Could it be that those totems are perimeter guardians? It seemed like whatever was making that sound could not get past it. I should have asked around what the totems are for, but I was too sleepy to bother, and quite unnerved then. The rest of the second day activity was unremarkable, and I was able to put it out of my mind. We all had fun and took a dip in the small adjoining pool by the outdoor dining area. And finally, we went home. I've read stories about wailing banshees and consider the local version of it. But those legends tell of a warning and impending doom. and no such events unfolded after hearing that sound. It's strange when certain events in our lives occur, and we blame it all to bad luck. What's funnier is the things that we do to counter the flow of bad energy that causes these so-called bad luck or bad events. At least, at that time I thought it was funny. Until my friend shared her experience. This story is about my friend and her jeepney ride going home. For those of you who don't know what jeepneys are, they are a popular means of public transportation in the Philippines. They were originally made from US military jeeps left over from World War II. They're well known for their flamboyant decoration and crowded seating. My friend went home late after finishing their school project. Now, since she lives within the vicinity of the UP Dillman campus, University of the Philippines, it was perfectly safe for her to take the jeepney going home. It was about midnight when she took the ride home, and she could not help but notice the driver kept glancing at her through his rearview mirror, and then he would turn to her. Now, all jeepneys have their own route. They do not take any turns. They must stick to their route, or else there is a chance that they would run into some cop trouble. What's odd about this jeepney ride, besides the eerie glances that the driver gave her from time to time, he was also taking turns in corners that he wasn't supposed to. Afraid of what the driver's plans are, she was even more afraid of her surroundings because it seemed as if she was in the middle of nowhere already. So instead of going down, she just stayed on the jeep. On the last turn the driver made, she noticed that they were back on the route that they were supposed to be on. Before reaching the end of the terminal, the driver turned to my friend and said, "I'm sorry if I scared you. It was not my intention. Could you do me a favor? Burn all your clothes when you get home." Wondering what was going on, my friend asked why he was acting so strange. The driver explained, "The reason why I kept glancing was because your head was not attached to your body when I looked at you through my rearview mirror. That's why I changed my route a while ago, hoping we could get away from it. Please burn your clothes when you get home. I think it's still with you." Upon arriving home, still shaking from fear, my friend took all her clothes and burned them. A few days later, she found out on the news that the jeepney driver died a day after that incident. It turned out, whatever was in that jeepney was not after her. Did you ever wonder how things came to be the way they are? Why some places give us this eerie feeling when we pass through them? Why we meet people who give us this uncomfortable feeling, even if they're not doing anything? Ever picked up money on the street or on a sidewalk? Lucky, huh? But did you ever wonder who it belonged to and why it was lying there in the first place? History was never my thing. For me, everything and anything bad from the past should be left there and should be forgotten through time. But what if you had a thing or an object that links you to an event that has happened in the past? Would you let it go? Or would you be thankful that you have it? This story took place on my grandmother's house, where I had my summer vacation. I love spending my time there because there is a lot that a person can do inside and outside of her house. She has a big pool, a big flat-screen TV, tennis and basketball court, and all the amenities that you could think of. That's why the 1980s looking cabinet that she had on the living room seemed a bit off or out of place. So I asked my grandmother where she got the cabinet and if it was new. She made a joke about it and told me, "It's from the 80s, dear. I doubt that is new." With a smile on her face, she told me that she just passed by an antique shop about 2 weeks ago when the cabinet caught her eyes. She thought it looked nice, so she bought it. I was having the time of my life. Everything was great. I had 2 weeks vacation time and I was only on my 3rd day. Everything was okay. Except for the loud thuds that kept me awake at night. I did not pay much attention to it though, because when I asked what that was, it turned out that some men were working on some renovations to the house next door. They were on tight schedules, so some of the men work even at night. Even though this sound that I'm hearing seemed different, I just took their word for it. I didn't want to ruin my time with thinking there were ghosts in the house. One evening, I was watching a late night movie when I heard those loud thuds again. This time it really seemed like they were coming from inside the house. I was worried, thinking it might be someone trying to break in. So I followed the sound, just to see. The sound seemed to be coming from the living room. The weird thing was, as I got closer to the sound, I could hear some screeching and some scratching noises after the thuds. What I saw next was the most horrifying thing that I have ever seen. No amount of scary movies or Hollywood effects could have prepared me for what I saw that night. It was an old lady, soaked with blood. I thought the loud thuds were footsteps, but it turned out those were her hands banging on the floor. The scratching sounds were from her long nails as she dragged herself across the room. She was crippled and she couldn't walk. It also seemed as if some of her bones were out of place because some of her body parts were deformed. She was crying out for help. She had no eyes, only a blue eerie light that seemed to be coming from the back of her head. I ran to the maid's quarters, given the fact that it was closer than where my grandmother's room was. I woke everyone up and I told them what I saw. When we came back, the floor was spotless, clean, nothing there. Next day, I convinced my grandmother of returning that cabinet to the store. Upon returning the cabinet, my grandmother asked who was the previous owner. It turned out that an old woman used to own the cabinet. One day, she just disappeared. Some say she went back to the States without anyone knowing. Some say she was brutally murdered. Some say she was beaten to death and was stashed somewhere. But no one actually knows what became of her. No evidence was located. No body was found either. Neither my grandmother nor I said a word. We were speechless, and we couldn't figure out what to do. We just left the cabinet there and went home. The weird thing about the story of the old lady was that no one even bothered to investigate her case. Her family just tried to make some money out of her belongings, and that was it. But the weirdest part of all is that the people who hear this story sometimes claim that they see the old woman every now and then, begging for help, curled up inside their own cabinets. Do you travel by plane often? In particular, does business or pleasure for those with a more lavish lifestyle frequently send you across the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean? If so, then you have a unique opportunity to explore the skies of another plane of existence. A little bit of backstory first. As we know, turbulence is an ordinary part of air travel. The most common causes are, as the name implies, turbulent air within the atmosphere, such as crossing jet streams. Other catalysts have been noted, like thermal irregularity, differences in air pressure when passing over mountains or tall buildings. These are boilerplate, and while they might be a bit scary to novice flyers, rarely does anything dramatic occur as a result. However, at a few points on our planet, turbulence may be the side effect of an intersection of parallel dimensions. Think of it like a bubble in the sky, where you are simultaneously within our reality and blinking into another. This usually lasts no more than a few seconds, and it's imperceptible to the vast majority of us. Passing through these pockets, or rifts as we call them, can affect you in some unusual ways, because time tends to work differently within these parallel dimensions. While you experience it only as a split second, your bodies may have a matter of minutes or even hours pushed rapid fire through their systems. Ever felt hungry out of nowhere after a bit of turbulence? Or, to be somewhat crude, have you suddenly had the urge to use the lavatory despite being fine moments prior? You brush these off, figure the shaking of the aircraft just shook something loose or the like, and you go about your day. But in fact, it is the physical manifestation of processing super condensed time. This is going to be your key to the ritual. There's a few components you'll require, and certain things you must not do. Overall, however, the main element is assuring you will be in the proper place to experience these rifts. While even we do not possess a full list of where said portals might exist, we do know that they will never appear over land. A few high activity points are listed below. As you become familiar with these, you'll quickly learn where others might be located. Some of the gateways are more difficult to access or appear less frequently, and we do not see the need to waste any time listing them and discouraging newcomers to this exotic form of adventure. These are the beginner's gateways. North Atlantic Ocean, roughly 50 north, 31 west, right between the US and the UK. Most active at 2 to 4 in the afternoon, GMT. South Atlantic Ocean, 14 south, 28 west, between Brazil and the coast of Africa. Most active at 5 to 9 in the morning. North Pacific Ocean, 31 north, 178 west, on the path between Hawaii and Japan, sometimes China. Most active around midnight to 4 a.m. Any of these should provide fairly reliable access points with the highest chance of victory. We ought to clarify that even the best odds for you successfully completing this ritual is a 1 in 100 event. Don't come seeking us out for restitution should your excursion not go as planned. Required items: 2 analog watches. For reasons we can't quite explain, digital timepieces don't seem to work. A handheld mirror. Any size will do the trick, so long as you can see both your entire face and out the window of your plane. A window seat. This is not technically required, but it makes a few steps considerably easier, especially as most flights these days are booked to capacity. The proper type of aircraft. Again, we're not even certain why this is, but generally, the following airplanes are more susceptible to the influence of these rifts: Boeing 777, Boeing 787, or the Airbus A380. Prohibited behavior. Don't get drunk, for a plethora of reasons, but most importantly, alcohol or other intoxicants alter your perception of time as it is. We do not want to see a deluge of erroneous reports which subsequently render having all accurate accounts being chalked up to the imagination of an enfeebled mind. Remain in your seat with the seatbelt firmly fastened. This is just common safety. If you perform this ritual properly, you'll most likely avoid any especially dangerous situation. But if the worst were to happen, it would be much better for you to be seated and secure. Don't use headphones. At least, not during your first few encounters. Trust us, you're not prepared for what you'll hear should the ritual succeed. Do not fly first class. The luxury seats may be more comfortable, but there are also significantly fewer. If something were to go wrong, you want as many people around you as possible. Finally, I would like to point out that you should undertake this flight as a passenger due to the requirements listed above. Being a steward or a pilot doesn't make the ritual impossible altogether, but substantially more difficult. Never, under any circumstances, attempt this ritual as the pilot of a one-man plane. For starters, most aircraft wouldn't make it to these points under their own power. And for another, the other people around you are keeping you grounded to our dimension. If you're by yourself, you have no such protection. You may very well disappear altogether. Whether or not this is the fate which has befallen notable mystery flights are not the subject of this guide. We see no reason to entertain further inquiry. Now to the ritual. Step 1. Plot your flight and keep track of where you are. This is best done by using the interactive map on your personal video screen. These maps don't provide pinpoint accuracy, but short of bringing measuring equipment on board, it's the easiest option. Step 2. When you are approaching the rift, stop one of your clocks. Remove the battery if you have to. We would recommend you avoid damaging the face of the watch as well. This is your anchor point. It is a life raft of sorts. Step 3. Ask a steward for the local time and set your second clock to it. If they do not know it, you can obtain this information from the video screen or even a simple time zone calculator. You should always ask an attendant first, however. Some of the stewards are familiar with the ritual and may possess more up-to-date information. Step number 4. Trigger the gateway. We've determined that you don't need to know the minute details when the basic instructions will suffice. Look in your hand mirror, such that your entire face and the window both appear in frame and unobstructed. Look at the watch you've set to the proper time while you do this, ideally by holding it in your free hand. Step 5. Confirm the results. This can vary greatly, depending upon the exact realm you manage to cross over to. But there are some commonplace occurrences. Your timepiece will move significantly slower for starters. The ever-present hum of the jet engines shall be muted. Your body may feel slightly numb, as it takes your nerves a longer time to process stimulus. The air might smell stale. You may even have a very slight bit of trouble breathing, as oxygen is processed slower here. Don't worry. If you've done the ritual properly, this should be nothing more than a very mild discomfort. Congratulations. You are now in another world. So what now? For starters, you should identify as quickly as possible the characteristics of your new plane of existence. Pun definitely intended. In our multi-planar cartography, we've observed several different realities, including yours, though more certainly are out there. Each serves as a vital maintenance function to your plane. It is also worth noting that all of this is just one universe of a massive multiverse. But let us not overburden you with such complex thoughts. Our official designations for these realms are classified, so we will offer a simplified pseudonym for each. Here are the other 6. Inversion. A rather simple plane, formed by the inverse correlation of light and of dark. The only difference you will notice is that the color palette of the world begins in negative art. Orange sky, purple sun, and black clouds. It shall then shift through a variety of hues. It has come close to matching the real thing, but is always subtly off. You should still avoid looking directly at the sun, even though it might appear to be a cool, soothing lavender. Rest assured its brightness is not dimmed. The damage to your retinas will be as severe as ever. Apart from that easily eluded danger, this is the most mundane and safest of visitations. Quiet. This reality is one you have visited before, but not while awake. The pitch black and soundless environs stimulate sleep so perfectly that you will be quite certain you have simply fallen unconscious. That is, unless you happen to be seated near one of your fellow travelers who is enjoying some genuine slumber. They will appear as a faint, pearlescent shimmer of white energy. It would seem that this is where untethered thoughts are stored, and as a result, they can be influenced. If you were to touch them, you would be able to traverse through their dreams or their nightmares until they awake. However, please recall our instructions to remain in your seat. Should the person awake before you exited the quiet, you would quite simply vanish. Still, a problematic space for us, but one that should not present much of a challenge for newcomers. The Still is perhaps the most accurately nicknamed realm. Time passes here, but its ebb and flow are not felt by the native beings. Visitors to this plane will notice every person and object firmly rooted in their most passive state. As far as we can tell, this plane serves as a multi-dimensional timestamp, revealing everything as it exists when no external forces are applied. We have not deduced the purpose of the Still, but we also detest our chance arrivals there. We are constantly in motion, and this place is too restrictive. Should you find yourself here, do not wander. In fact, move as little as possible. Again, please note our advisement to remain in your seat. While there are no recorded instances of an adventurer finding themselves trapped here, natural law dictates that any of these planes would try to expunge something which clearly does not belong, like white blood cells attacking an infection. Indeed, several presences within your own reality face this very real threat. Origin. We come from our least desired location to our most beloved. The origin can only be accessed by those who have already witnessed another plane, and usually it requires multiple. However, in all cases, visitors attune to the origin by first witnessing the Still. The origin is that eternal flux of the universe, not a state of being, but all realities existing within one sphere. You are limited by your physicality, but you will perceive the effects this dynamic realm has upon its natives. You shall see them as they are, have been, and all variations of what they might become, sharing the same space. It is important to advise you that you cannot alter the future, even should you deduce which of the infinite possibilities will come to pass for only one person. It is inadvisable for you to look in a mirror for too much longer after arriving in this plane. The realm cannot seem to touch your essence while you are only a visitor within it. However, the looking glass is a different story. Mirrors have always been gateways, and our reflection is little more than a waypoint of sorts, guiding our sparks into places beyond our ken. If you look at the mirror and see what your reflection is going through by simply being here, the effect on your psyche can be irrevocable. Besides, the beauty of the place would be lost on you. Blank. A plane about which you need to know little, but one you will immediately realize you've stumbled upon. Without delving into a lecture that would take more pages than there are stars in the universe, we can offer only the most basic and childish explanation for what you will discover here. Everything that exists on a cosmic level does so according to set rules. Think of every sentient being in the universe like playing pieces on a chessboard. Across dimensions, the players are different, by which we mean the individual might change. Their role, however, does not. A pawn is a pawn, a rook is a rook, a queen is a queen. Just because in one universe, the pawn has short brown hair and a fondness for writing, and in another, they wear black lipstick and express their meaningless desires through sculpture, ultimately accounts for nothing. The blank has the unique property of revealing this simple universal truth in the plainest way possible. Every person you see here will exist as human-shaped playing pieces. Their featureless faces, devoid of eyes, noses and mouths. It might be rather frightening. The bald heads, the lack of clothing, and alarmingly uniform skeletal structures will give them the appearance of mannequins. But do not be concerned. They also lack the individual weaknesses like emotion or ambition, which make all of you a threat to one another. That said, there does exist a potential danger within this plane. We have come to call them the Director, though perhaps Warden is a more appropriate title. While all other things within this realm exist without feature, they are an amalgamation of trappings and styles. They gleefully skip about, confirming that each of the pieces is prepared to play whatever role they must, before moving on to the origin to give them their essence. If you've been paying attention, you may feel compelled to thank the Director for giving you all of those winning qualities about which you are so proud. Or perhaps you would feel more inclined to curse them for afflicting you with such hideous flaws and loathsome traits. Regardless of your inclination, should you see the Director, we would recommend that you do neither. Because if the Director notices you at all, they may decide that they don't care much for how you've turned out. They may be compelled to apply a few last-minute alterations to your makeup. Trouble is, even the Director cannot simply change the state of game once it's in play. Rather than risk upsetting the contest, the piece would be sacrificed to allow room for a new one, as well as any others nearby that may be affected by its sudden and, make no mistake, immediate removal from play. Should you see the Director, do not make eye contact. Look forward, say nothing. Don't respond to any prodding, questioning, or worse. With any luck, the Director will believe that you are unaware of the cosmic hiccup and simply return to their work. There is one report of a traveler feigning sleep and being sent to the quiet, from which he eventually found his way back to his reality. However, his story is an aberration. It should only be attempted as a last resort. Flow. Consider this place to be the abscess of the multiverse. A trash heap for misplaced things. A realm grown fat and swollen off the mistakes discarded from every other step in the grand structure. If you find yourself here, you were meant to. And it is very unlikely that you will be leaving. There are no visitations to this plane, only condemnations. All matter that resides here is hastily broken down into the smallest fibers of usable material and then sent back to the blank in the hopes of salvaging some good from the failures. Fortunately, the process takes a while, considering the mistakes of an infinite number of realities piles on unfathomably deep. Thus, you might possess a slim chance of escaping your appointed fate before you are deconstructed. For starters, you shall need to find your way out of the scrapped remains of the aircraft by any means necessary. This may be difficult to do, congested by the terrified and manic manifestations around you. You will see and hear things that go beyond horrifying. But if your desire to exist is strong enough, you can overcome them. Force your way through an endless sea of obstacles by reminding yourself that you are still your own being, and you possess a slight tangible edge over these shades around you. Get to the door of your vessel, or any kind of exit. Break a window if you must. You will fall through a sky that has no end to a sea that has no bottom. From this point on, you shall begin to feel the effect of the flow. You have made yourself something of a priority target. It all comes down to a matter of will. You must force yourself to be in all places at once. A feat not impossible if you remembered your earlier visit to the Origin. If you had no such experience, though, the odds of success are effectively nil. Still, press on. Force yourself to be at the end of infinity, deep beneath the waves of this place. You are there, and yet you are still falling. All this time, you are being eaten away by a hungry universe, trying to cleanse itself of your stain. Look to your mirror if you must, but your reflection will be of little help if you are unprepared. Of the limited number of people who have escaped the flow, there are fewer still who can remember exactly what happened from the point they found themselves beneath the tides. Their accounts share very little similarity, but on one point they agree. There was a sacrifice made. Somebody took their place, and it was someone close enough to them that even the director was temporarily fooled. A blood relative for most, and in one case, a child. Additional sacrifices might be made to stall them, but you will eventually return to the flow. Be forewarned that you don't truly belong in your world anymore, and the director shall continue to hunt you down to rectify the mistake. You'll live a life of constant change and movement. You'll learn to hate those few moments that you take to rest. Stillness becomes the enemy. Your only hope is an interesting kink in the way the director prioritizes these anomalies. The most recent escapee from the flow is considered the greatest threat and is generally hunted down first. Therefore, convincing somebody else to try finding their way to the flow might give you a bit of a head start. Consider how much you are willing to trade for what is ultimately a very temporary reprieve. Remember, if you arrive in the flow, you belong there. you won't consider your old reality home anymore. Yet, isn't every minute of life worth living, even if it is one of constant pursuit? Final notes. If you were wondering, the Bermuda Triangle is a fascination of yours, not ours. No such gateway has been found within that space. Whatever the hell is going on down there is outside of our concern. 2. The pseudonym that we've given your reality is the stage. Make of that what you will. 3. What happens if you fail to stop one of your clocks before performing this ritual? Your body simply loses that time. Everything within your body ceases functioning for the duration of your visit. We will remind you that it takes as little as 3 minutes without oxygen to kill you. These visitations can often last up to several hours. 4. Why are these rifts active at particular times? Even we do not fully understand this, but our current theory is that they are, in a sense, loading points for new information, and that they tend to function when there is the least amount of activity around them. This is also why you will find no such portal over land. 5. Finally, you might be wondering who we are. Let it be said that we have been as specific as possible as we plan to be. The attentive may have some idea. The inattentive will remain as clueless as when they began reading this, and are highly encouraged to continue their efforts regardless. So please, explore. Share the tales of your travels to these other facets of the world. We're always looking for more voyages, more information, and, like the director, more bodies. Happy trails. I was in 8th grade when the pandemic struck in the Philippines, and it was a month right before the school year ended. It really sucked, since our class was only together for almost 2 years. For the next 2 years, we only had online classes through Zoom, which was kinda okay, thankfully due to the teachers working hard to make everything work smoothly. Fast forward to last year, when I finished 10th grade, and I'm going to be an 11th grader. Our teacher then announced that starting the next school year, we would finally have face-to-face classes, although online classes may also be done at the discretion of the teacher. I was ecstatic, since after those 2 whole years of boring online classes, I can finally meet my classmates again in person. The week before classes start, the teacher announced who will be our classmates, what subjects we'll have, and most especially, the section where students will belong. The school was a simple building, beige in colour, a hallway in the middle and stairs at the end. It is only 5 floors tall. 7th graders are on the 1st floor, 8th graders on the 2nd floor, and so on. On the 5th floor, however, the classrooms there are both for 11th and 12th graders, since accordingly, the number of students for those 2 levels is less than half of the number of students in, say, 7th grade. Lucky enough for me, my selection is the room right after the stairs on the last floor. Here comes the first day of class, and I was too stupid to put an alarm clock on my phone. I woke up and then checked my phone. 7:10 a.m. My classes start at 7:30 a.m. I sprang out of bed like a catapult, bathed, ate breakfast, and kissed my parents goodbye. I rode a taxi to the school because it was 7:43 a.m. already, and the taxi was the fastest way to get there. I arrived at the school and ran up the stairs. I was in such a hurry. I didn't even take the time to note what floor I was on. All I know is that I had to get to the last floor and sprint right through to the first room. Alas, that's what I did. Right after I reached the end of the stairs, I quickly turned to the room that I should be in. However, something clicked. I suddenly stopped. I had no idea why I had that feeling. Then, right when I stopped, I noticed my classmates were just sitting still, looking at the board. Is the teacher already here? I asked myself. But I see no teacher, nor do I hear anyone talking. I'm already feeling creeped out by the stillness and the silence of this class. Because I did not want to make any noise, I slowly walked to a vacant chair right at the back of the classroom. There was also a student right beside where I sat. I was about to ask him whether or not they were just waiting for the teacher when the teacher entered the classroom. "Good morning, ma'am," we greeted her in chorus as we stood up. She simply nodded twice, the first as a reply, and the second as a sign for us to sit down. I thought, oh okay, maybe they were just nervous earlier. The teacher then proceeded to write our lesson on the board, while she explained at the same time. I thought she was pretty cool, until she started going way too fast for me to absorb any information. I looked to my side to see if my seatmate is as confused as I am. However, he seems unfazed. In fact, all of them look unfazed. When the teacher asks if we understood, my classmates simply say, yes. Have I fallen behind in my studies? Is this what online classes has made me into? I was getting anxious as to why I couldn't keep up with the others. Was the teacher too fast, or am I just slow? Just when I had these thoughts, I heard my teacher yell my name. I quickly responded and stood up. "Did you understand the lesson?" I was not even able to inhale completely and formulate any kind of answer when she screamed. She just stood up, looked at me, started screaming, and ran out of the classroom. All the while, she kept on screaming. I didn't know if I should feel embarrassed or scared or confused. Before I could sort out my thoughts, my seatmate grabbed my hand and pulled it down, signaling me to sit. I was about to talk to him again when another teacher came in. He was rather calm, and he was even making jokes, albeit none in our class laughed in response. He then gave us some papers for a diagnostic test to see how much we know about the lesson. I was halfway through answering the test when my pen ran out of ink. I tapped the shoulder of the classmate in front of me, and I asked if she maybe had an extra pen. She did not respond. I raised my hand to call the attention of my teacher. I asked him if he has a pen. Right before I could finish saying pen, he suddenly started laughing, insanely loud. He slapped the table and was trembling so much. He was laughing so hard. He had his head looking up and opening his mouth very wide. It was surreal. I could see his cheeks stretching before, again, he just left the classroom. I had no idea what it was, but my seatmate pulled me down to my chair again, and he lent me a pen. I don't even know if I should bother finishing the test. Everything is too weird. However, I decided to just continue the test. I reached the last question, where it asked, explain the Mukka Kitslajgos. Not exactly, since I only remembered it was jumbled letters that meant nothing. I was about to ask my seatmate what his last question was, when another teacher walked into the class. This time, she looked very proper. She had a grin on her face. Without any warnings, she suddenly called my name. I stood up. Can you explain a little bit about the third question? That one was pretty obvious. I answered the questions and she remarked it as correct. However, she did not make me sit down. She simply expounded my answer and continued to write on the board. Just like my pen, her marker soon ran out of ink. She asked the whole class as to who has a marker. No one responded. Suddenly, she grabbed her left index finger with her right hand and snapped it off. There was lots of blood, and I was just beyond shocked. She wrote on the board as she was using her severed fingers like a marker pen. What the hell? I said under my breath, perhaps a bit too loud, because the teacher stopped writing and called me as to what I said. She turned her head towards me. When I say a turn, I mean a 180-degree turn without moving her body. I'm too freaked out by this. I didn't know what to say. Before I could do anything, my seatmate raised his hand and took the blame, saying that it was him who said that. The teacher made him go in front of her. Just when he did, he immediately hugged the teacher tight, pushed her to a wall, and shouted, "Run!" He wasn't looking at me when he did it, but I'm sure he meant that I should run. Of course, without hesitation, I bolted out of the door and I ran down the stairs. I only ran one floor down when I bumped into a teacher. He called my name and said, "I'm pretty sure you're one of my students this year." I was still very panicky about what happened literally a minute earlier. The teacher looked into my eyes. His face changed expression. Looking now, he looked a bit familiar. Oh, I see. How many teachers entered the classroom? He asked. 3, I replied. He inhaled and exhaled loudly, patted my shoulders, and made me look into his eyes. Listen closely to what I'll say. Where we are now is the 5th floor, the last one. If you look behind you, the stairs where you came down from before, it does not exist anymore. The floor you've been at was a mirror of the 5th floor. I don't want to scare you further, but you are very, very lucky to go out right before the 4th teacher enters. There were only a few of us, who were able to escape before that happened. I'm shocked at what the teacher said. I almost died right there. And the floor was not even supposed to exist? What the hell? Hold up. What does the teacher mean by us? You probably saw my brother up there, right? The teacher asked. I don't think so, sir. The only adult there was the teacher. I stopped speaking. I realize now why the teacher looked familiar. It was because my seatmate earlier looks like him, but younger. A brother? Did he have a twin? Me and my brother enrolled in this school back then. We were supposed to be in the same classroom. Basically, we also arrived to school late, and we rushed to the top floor. He continued to describe the atmosphere that he felt in that classroom. It was exactly what I felt back then. There were 2 chairs vacant at the back, so we both sat there. 3 teachers came, called my name and not my brother's, and had a freak out afterwards. Every time each class ends, my brother was the one who helped me get back in my proper mind. It was the 4th teacher where the teacher sighed. Sir, you don't have to say it if you don't want to, I said. He saved me, he said. He saved me too, sir, I replied. The teacher patted my head as he seemed to be relieved. Don't worry. Since we survived that one, we will never go back there. And even if we did, I believe he will be there to protect us, the teacher said. We went to the classroom already, and we finally had a normal day after. I went home feeling tired about what happened that day. I laid down on my bed, thinking about how the teacher's twin is still there in that dimension. It's really freaky to think about it. I closed my eyes to go to sleep when I remembered something. I went straight to my uniform in the laundry basket, fiddled through the pockets, and I grabbed something. It was the pen, the one that twin had lent to me. I need to tell someone about what I saw that night. It is still terrifying for me whenever these memories enter my mind. It is, perhaps, the most traumatizing experience in my life, and I still cannot forget this. Back around 2013, before I was going off to college, I was just at home relaxing this night. My family was preparing to go out, but I decided I will not go with them, as I have had a hard week and I need a night to myself to relax. This was a weekend, I guess Saturday night. I was left alone in our house. Our house was in Manila, very spacious. We have a bathroom on the 3rd floor near the stairs, and a clear hallway on the 2nd floor with a huge window. I was just relaxing in the living room at this time. Suddenly, I felt the urge to go to the bathroom, so I went to the 3rd floor. It was already dark now. I usually don't open all the lights to save electricity. As I was about to go downstairs, however, I did open the lights, and I was shocked to the view that I had just seen on the hallway. This thing is all white, looking like a spider and a human figure at the same time. Both of its hands and legs were on the floor and crawling backwards very fast. The hair, so long, following this figure dragging along. Its mouth twisted back towards me and hanging open wide. My heart is pumping so fast because it was my first encounter to see something like this. The sight of this otherworldly entity, not just standing or walking, but crawling backwards, contorted and disfigured. I scream at this time, and I run to lock my door. I kept on crying. I opened all the lights, and I messaged all of my friends to calm me down. I'm still so scared, even after this day, because that was not the last time for me to see that awful girl. She haunts my life. It is rare for me to see her, but it comes out of nowhere. That's why it's so scary. I never know what I can expect. The most frightening thing to me, however, is that it's only ever when I open my bedroom door that I see her. And every time I lay eyes on her, she has moved closer to my bedroom. I fear to the bottom of my heart that one day I will wake up to see this thing arched over my bed, its mouth wide open. I would always see ghosts in our house where we used to live. Sometimes they just walk around. Other times they just stand somewhere. I remember I'm always very scared and I can't sleep with the lights out or without someone beside me. I also don't know why I had to see them. I wanted to know, what do they want? Are they lost souls or bad entities that wanted me to be afraid? I'm really curious, what is real? I don't know why, but I have never seen any ghost with a face. Just shadows and silhouettes. Sometimes white, sometimes black. But this particular sighting was unbelievable. I don't know if it is a ghost, but it was definitely not a shadow or any other logical explanation, and I will never forget that day. Me and my older sister, we used to play with our neighbor friends. We play Pico, hide and seek, habul habulan, and other games. That day, my sister got mad at me and I got mad at her. I cannot remember the reason. It's not important. So I leave her and I just stand at the side of the counter at my mother's shop. Staring at the tall grass, I see someone suddenly walk and disappear. It was fast, and I know that it was not human because of the red skin. It walks like a man, and he is wearing a sandal, like, I don't know. It was fast, but his figure is really clear, unlike other shadows. He just disappeared at the grasses. I told it to my sister and my friend, and they got scared, so we decided to just play again. We told it to my mother, and she said it might just be a person. And I told her that it is colored red. She changes after this. Now she is very scared too. She locks our house, and she tells us to go to our rooms and don't come out until we bless this house. Father blesses our house after this, but strange sounds are coming from outside. Skittering noises, like claws, clicking across the bricks outside. I hate it. I push my face to my pillow and I cry and I pray to God for it to stop. It's then I hear my sister scream. I look up to see her, but I don't see only her. I see also a red face staring at me. It is outside, through the cracks in the wood, but the face is sticking out, enough that it is in the room with us. We both scream, and our father runs with the sage, and when he enters our room, the face retreats back out. It is so scary. This day I will never forget. Even I can't believe it was real. I am not colorblind. It is really red, this thing. It is no human. I never saw something like this again, and I don't want to. This happened 1 year ago. Ever since this, I've been struggling to sleep. I felt like it is always watching me and my little sister Mai. Our house was only recently built, and the surroundings were quite uncomfortable. Also very eerie. I shared a room with Mai, but we slept in different beds. It was a double-decker bed near the window. We both decided that I will sleep on the top bunk and she'll take the bottom one. On that night, I was expecting a happy dream, but my expectations shattered ever since I saw her. I was just sleeping when suddenly I woke up for some reason. You know, when you wake up in a panic, or you feel like you are falling and falling until your eyes will open. It was like that. I could see only a silhouette of a figure. At first, I couldn't tell if this is a man or a woman, or maybe just a light from the window. But it comes closer to me. It becomes more visible. It is a bright white. I guess it took me a while to come out of dazed sleep, but I was creeped out when I remembered I am laying on my back, looking up at the ceiling, and that this person, this thing, was looking down, staring at me. Its lips were moving, as if she was mumbling something that I couldn't hear. I tried to avert her gaze, but I couldn't move my eyes, nor my body. I have no choice but to look at that woman. She looks like Mother Mary, and that time I thought it was her. She was standing beside me and her hands were clasped together, like she was praying. I was supposed to be relieved, but why do I feel so much fear? My panting grew heavier and deeper. My hands were bare cold and sweating. The scary part of that night was when we both stare at each other's eyes, and then her eyes, they becomes red. I don't know what to do, but my eyes begin to tear up. It felt like burning. Call it exaggerating, but that's really what happened. Then, finally, in one blink, the woman disappeared. That was the most grateful blink I've ever taken in my life. I tried to sleep again, but I failed. I could only cry until morning came. Since that night, I made excuses so that I would not have to sleep on my bed, afraid that she would come back. Weeks passed. Mai confessed that she saw the same woman. I didn't utter a word, as I just listened to her story, which was the same as mine. I listened every single detail of the way that she described that woman. It was really the same. I finally asked if she saw her at my bed, and she nodded as she burst into tears. We told our mother our problems. She didn't believe it, but she separated our beds. Time passed and that woman didn't come back. A month ago, when I was sleeping with my little sister, I suddenly woke up. I wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. Minutes later, Mai also woke up when, coincidentally, we heard a bang at the kitchen and the door swung open. I cried heavily when I see that woman again, with Mai. But this time, she wasn't brightly coloured white. She was pitch dark, shadowy black. We were both panicking as she comes closer to us. She wasn't walking. She was more like floating in the air. Mai held my arms as she shouted and cursed at her. Our grandparents and siblings woke up because of the noise we made. That woman disappeared as soon as the light of the room turned on. We didn't tell what exactly happened because all we could do was cry again. These days, me and Mai have been dreaming the same thing. Not some happy, nice dream, but a nightmare. In that nightmare, I could see that woman. Or we could see her. Is it coincidence? No way. It can't be. Why would she always appear to us? We do not even know her. But my gut tells me that she wants something from us. And I do not know how long it will be before she comes to take it. This will be my first time to share my experience regarding paranormal encounters. I have lots of stories to share, but this is my first story. This happened in January of 2019. I was riding in the train at that time. There were only 4 or maybe 5 passengers left in the carriage, including me. It was 9:45 in the evening. The train stopped at the next station and the door opened. A girl entered the carriage. She is maybe 10 or 11 years old. From the way she looks, I guess she is maybe European or some kind of Westerner. I glanced over at her. She sits 7 or 8 seats away from me. As the train moves along, I continue staring at her. At first, you wouldn't think anything of her. She is just wearing normal clothing, but her bangs are covering her eyes, and she's alone. My thought is, what on earth is this girl doing on this train so late at night? Where are her parents? Why she's traveling alone without a parent or guardian? From time to time, I glanced at her. She's staring back at me, although I still could not see her eyes. I looked down at my shoes, but when I looked at her again, a dreaded, frightening feeling engulfed me. I finally saw her eyes. They are empty. She's staring back at me with empty, black eyes. At this moment, I'm shaking with fear. I look at the other passengers to see if they saw her eyes too, but all of them were busy at their own business. They didn't even notice she was there. Again, I stare down at my shoes. The train stops now and I hear footsteps. Even I'm not looking, I sense that it was the girl, and she's staring at me. When her presence was gone, more passengers came. I thought I can finally breathe easier. But when I look at the window, I see her in the fields. This time, she's with around 10 more children. They were aged from 6 to maybe mid-teens. The 2 smallest were holding teddy bears. They were all looking right at me with those same black eyes. Even as the train moves, they never break their eye contact with me. At home, I told my older sister of what happened. Of course, she doesn't believe me. Why were they in the field? Just standing, staring. What was her plan on that train so late at night? This story was way before, during my time in college. Myself and my older sister were renting an apartment near our university, along with 4 or 5 other housemates. My sister, she was already graduated. She was working as a professor in the same university during this time, during my junior year. Okay, back to my experience. One afternoon, at I guess around 4 p.m, one of our housemates was eating her dinner while I was sitting in the middle of the living room facing the mirror, and my sister was in the living room watching TV. So, as the area is an open space and is just divided by some sort of study table or chairs, all 3 of us are basically within the same room and can clearly see each other. After a while here, I see it. A very tall and dark figure, sort of peeking at us from the kitchen sink area. There is a thick, supporting foundation just before the sink, like an L-shaped area, and there was this tall, dark thing hiding there by it. I can see its face, hair, just one arm, and left leg and foot, but the other parts are not visible, as it seems to be hiding. Like when a kid is shy, but is still curious to see something. So it took me a few seconds before I was able to talk, because my mind cannot comprehend what I was seeing. My immediate question was, is there anyone at the sink? Which I know is quite odd and impossible, as I know that there are only 3 of us. My housemate, being a scaredy cat, suddenly stood up looking at me in disbelief, asking me to stop teasing her. But I told her, there is someone by the column, going to the sink looking at us. My sister then said, there are only 3 of us in the house right now, and it could be a burglar, as we are just on the 2nd floor. But I told them it is not possible, as the exit staircase is no longer there. I also told them that it is not a person, based from what I can see. They then asked me what I see, and I told them that aside from the white of the eyeballs, everything was just black. I told them it was as black as charcoal, and the hair is like that of an afro, and that it is almost as tall as the ceiling. It stayed there for a good 2 to 3 minutes, as if it was observing someone or something from the house. My guess is that it was looking at the TV, as it was the direction of its gaze. I think every hair on my body was standing up during this entire time, and then everything went back to normal as soon as it disappeared. The funny thing is, I think my sister and our housemate were even more afraid of the thing than I was, even though I was the only one that could see it. I didn't feel any scary aura coming from it. I guess my goosebumps were just due to the fact that I don't know what I was seeing, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. More than 10 years from that event, I still have no idea what that tall, dark thing was. I've always loved photography. It's been a lifelong passion of mine. When I was younger, I would run around with a camera my father gave me, snapping pictures of everything there was to see around our home in Nebraska. I had such a passion for it, in fact, that I set out to do it for a career. I started out doing some pretty boring work, taking pictures of food, some kids' baseball game, and once, a brief job taking pictures of raccoons. But then I caught a break that I never could have expected. I was offered a job taking pictures for a zoological expedition in the Amazon rainforest. I was stunned. I had never done anything remotely like this before, and I had never been that far away from home. The farthest away I'd been was Arizona. This was the job I had been waiting for, to propel me off to bigger and better things. I signed up almost immediately. I traveled to the University of Nebraska. It was there that I met Dr. Jules Armod, the man responsible for putting this expedition together. We were joined by his 2 assistants, Kate Hollows and Lewis Ford. We then took an airplane to Rio de Janeiro, and then took a bus deep into the heart of Brazil to a small village called Haraptes. It was a very tiny community, nestled between the tall, jungle-infested mountains, and it was not far away from the Amazon River. Dark and dense jungle surrounded us on all sides. I was absolutely blown away by its beauty. I got to work immediately taking pictures. In Herptas, Dr. Ahmed met with a man named Uruk. Uruk was quite familiar with this region and would act as our tour guide through the area. Ahmed booked us a room at a local hotel and we just hung out for the night. Ahmed just wrote in his journal, so I spent my time talking with Uruk. Uruk, as it turned out, was quite a fascinating individual. He had lived in this area his whole life and told me stories of encounters with the wildlife and the Brazilian police and all sorts of crazy adventures. But then, in one conversation about the types of trees in the jungle, he kind of offhandedly mentioned a group of kids who had gone missing about 2 months ago. Missing? I said. How did they go missing? He thought for a moment, as though he was debating whether or not to elaborate further. Well, I mean, the rainforest can be a dangerous place if you don't know what you're doing. They were about 16 years old. They probably went out there, got drunk, got lost, and then who the hell knows after that. They were some good kids though. The village, of course, has gone wild with this thing though, said Uruk. What do you mean gone wild? I asked. They think some spirit got a hold of the boys. Some local legend. I wouldn't worry about it though. I've been in these jungles so often that I would have seen a spirit if there was one, said Uruk. I left the story at that, but I must admit, I had a strange uneasiness for the rest of the night. That morning, we set out into the jungle. We wore loose clothing and large backpacks carrying our supplies. We expected to be out there for 5 days, so we packed accordingly. Uruk led us through the jungle and soon the canopy began to blot out a lot of the light from the sky. The light that did filter through was transformed into a dark green. The jungle floor was covered in vegetation and little animals and birds hopped around as we passed. Uruk had warned us to watch out for any brightly coloured reptiles, since they were almost certainly venomous. Dr. Ahmed directed me to take pictures of various plants and animals as we passed. The unique lighting of the jungle allowed for some truly impressive images. His 2 assistants took pages of notes and observations about the different life forms they encountered. We walked for several hours. Occasionally, we would take breaks. I was covered in sweat, as well as mosquito bites. Despite the discomfort, that day was honestly a beautiful experience. Then, Kate called the rest of us over to check something out. We all obliged and walked over in the direction of her voice. And it was there that we found it. It was a large, circular stone, about 1 foot in length and 1 inch in thickness. It was a jet black, and it was covered in a variety of strange carvings. The engravings depicted an image of a being that had no real defining features, save for 2 large, red eyes. The rest of its body was pure black. The being was hovering above a crowd of people who were shown cowering and crying before the entity in fear and terror. Have you ever seen anything like this? I asked Uruk. He shook his head. It doesn't look like anything a local tribe would try to create. Most of their images depict beings that are half animal. Dr. Ahmed stared at the stone. His eyes portrayed a mind that was deep in thought. Eventually, he turned to the rest of us. "I don't think it's anything to worry about, but I think we should bring it with us to give to the archaeology department when we head back to the States. They will certainly find it interesting," said Ahmed. Kate and Lewis both agreed, and since I had the least amount of supplies in my bag, I was given the stone to carry. The rest of the day passed without any strange oddities, besides some of the wildlife we were studying. That night, we found a large rock wall and we camped out beside it. There was a small clearing next to it that allowed us to light a fire. We had brought only ready-made meals, but they were still quite good. We fell asleep later that night after our conversations over food. I fell deep into the darkness of unconsciousness until I woke up. I looked around and noticed that it was still quite dark out. Due to the fact that we were in a clearing, the moon cast a pale light on only this section of the jungle, ending at the tree line. I checked my watch and I saw it was 3:34 a.m. I closed my eyes again in a vain attempt to fall back asleep. After realizing that this was futile, I stood back up and I stared off into the trees. Then, I noticed something. My backpack. It was giving off a faint orange glow from within it. I found this quite strange. I walked over to it and cautiously unzipped it. The light was coming from that stone. It was radiating an orange light. I went to pull it out. The moment my hand touched it, a burning sensation filled my hand. I screamed in pain and I reared back from it. Somehow I didn't wake anyone up. I looked back at that stone and I saw that the light was slowly fading from it. Eventually, it fell back into its usual jet black color. I was absolutely stunned and confused. I didn't understand how that could possibly happen. After about an hour of tossing and turning in my sleeping bag, I fell asleep. The next day, we continued our journey. I still had the object in my bag, despite serious misgivings about it. I continued taking pictures at the request of Ahmed. The next day passed quite similarly to yesterday, but this time, something was slightly different. We had a much harder time finding animals to take any pictures or observations of. We still found them, but even the ones we did, they soon scampered off immediately upon us passing them. It was sometime in the afternoon. I was taking pictures of a snake that was slithering upon the ground. Lewis was right behind me, explaining some of his observations. Then, just for fun, I snapped a picture of the jungle. I then took a glance at the photo. There was something else in the picture. It was a boy, probably around 16, crawling on the ground and covered in blood. He had massive lesions, rips and holes all over his body. I could see his muscles and bones in some places. He was looking directly at the camera, with his hands digging into the ground, and he looked terrified. I jumped in my skin when I saw the photo, and then stared at it with mounting disbelief. I then showed it to Lewis, who looked just as stunned as I. We went back and showed it to the others. Kate was quite unnerved by the picture, and Ahmed certainly glanced at it in a disinterested way. But then Yurik identified him. "That was one of the boys who vanished out here 2 months ago," said Yurik. Now, I was truly unnerved by this point, and I wanted nothing more than to head back to the village. I told Ahmed that this wasn't normal, and that I had inspected the camera, and there was nothing wrong with it. But he refused. "Look, this is quite strange, no doubt, but it's not enough of a reason to cancel our whole expedition. We're doing great work, and I refuse to have it destroyed because you saw something weird in a photograph. Now, we are continuing the journey. Come along now," said Ahmed in frustration. Everyone reluctantly agreed, but I was seriously nervous, as was Yurik. We walked through the jungle for the rest of the day and into the night, where we camped out in a slightly less dense region of the rainforest. I sat against a tree, now bathed in almost complete darkness, inspecting my camera for anything I may have missed. I was still unable to find anything wrong with it. I then asked Lewis to hand me some water from the container. I got no response. So then I asked again. Still nothing. I got up and I realized Lewis was nowhere to be found. I yelled for the rest of the group, and Kate, Yurik, and Ahmed ran towards me. We looked around, but we could find no trace of Lewis. We then decided to search the area around our camp. We all split up, and we called out to Lewis as we marched through the jungle. Then I found him, and then I screamed. Lewis was almost entirely unrecognizable. He was slumped against a tall tree, and his face had been completely caved in to the point that I could see his brains. His clothing had been ripped to shreds, and I could see muscles and organs beneath the skin that barely clung to his body. There was blood all over, and a foul stench that reminded me of my uncle's butcher shop hung over the air. The other three ran towards me when they heard my scream. They all had similar reactions. Kate knelt down next to Lewis and started sobbing uncontrollably. Ahmed simply hung his head down. Yurik started looking around in all directions with a look of fear. "That's it. We're done here. I'm going back to the village. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I don't intend to find out," said Yurik. Ahmed turned to him. "Fine, you can head back, but I intend to stay. Are you out of your mind? You're going to die out here," said Yurik. "You don't know that," said Ahmed. "Whatever. Do what you want. I'm heading back." "Good luck getting home without a guide," said Yurik. He marched back to camp to grab his supplies. Kate seemed to be deep in thought, trying to decide what to do. I, for one, had decided the moment that I saw the body that I was getting the hell out of there. I took out my camera and I decided to take a picture of Lewis's body for the authorities to possibly analyze. I snapped the picture and I loaded the photo. And there it was in the background. It was very tall. It rose several feet above our heads. It had dark, shadowy features, but appeared humanoid. Then there were its eyes. They were a bright, fiery red. They blazed even in this still image. I then took another picture, and it was closer. Then another, and it was closer, and then another, and then another. I immediately ran in the opposite direction, telling the others to run too. They were confused, but they went along with it, following me through the trees, leaving all of the supplies in camp. We ran for quite a while, but it was difficult to run through the dense foliage. I was covered in cuts and bruises, and I was dripping in sweat. The other three were not far behind me. I started snapping pictures all around me, and thankfully, I did not see anything out of the ordinary in the pictures. Once I felt that we were clear, I told the group to stop running. I then turned around and started snapping more pictures. I didn't see anything in the photos, so I breathed a sigh of relief. We should keep walking that way. We can't stop. It may still be coming, I said. I then showed them the picture of the entity, and they were all speechless. We then decided to just keep walking through the night, despite the danger of getting lost. I remained in the back, taking pictures constantly to see if it was approaching. This way, I think I know of a village nearby from the last time I was here, said Dr. Ahmed. I can promise you there is no village anywhere near here. You must be thinking of a different spot, said Uruk. Shut the hell up, you freak. I know where the hell I am, and don't tell me otherwise, yelled Ahmed. Now Uruk was pissed. He punched Ahmed right in his nose, and Kate screamed. You're the one who got us into this mess. How the hell would you know more about this area than a man who's been out here his entire life, said Uruk. Because this isn't my first time out here, but I can guarantee you that I know far more about that entity than you would, said Ahmed. We all just stared at him in shock. I already knew that thing was out here, but I knew no one would believe me if I said I wanted to mount an expedition to find it. So, I made up some bullshit story to go on a zoological expedition. I'm here for something far more valuable, and you three can be a part of it. I could barely contain my rage by this point. He had brought us all out into this place to chase some demonic entity and didn't even tell us about the danger. Well, you've got your damn proof now. I have it on camera, I said. The image will fade over time. I'm trying to find something more solid. There used to be a people out here who built a shrine in its honor. I intend to find it. I realized that it had been a while since I'd last taken a picture, so I took a picture of Kate. It was right behind her. We watched in horror as her skin started to fall off her body and her chest began to cave in. Blood shot everywhere. She screamed in fear and agony for far too long. We realized that there was nothing we could do. Follow me, yelled Uruk. I followed him through the jungle, but Ahmed didn't come. We raced through the bushes and ferns and jungled trees, and I was cut up pretty badly. I heard a loud noise come from behind us. It sounded like someone was exhaling loudly. A deep, dark sound. It seemed to race through the leaves, causing the branches to sway back and forth. Then I tripped on a stump. I fell down hard, and my foot twisted at an angle that it shouldn't be able to twist at. I yelled in pain. Uruk came back to help me up. he managed to get me to my feet before it got him. Yurik's face twisted into terror. Blood began to pour from his nose, mouth, and eyes. His entire torso was eviscerated, and he cried out in pain. I'd like to say that I tried to help him like he helped me, but I just ran. Despite the pain in my foot and Yurik's cries for help, I just ran. I managed to eventually make it to a road. I then flagged down a car and requested a ride. They obliged and drove me to the nearest village. Just like Ahmed had said, the creature had vanished from all of my pictures. To this day, the events that transpired in that jungle continue to haunt me. I lay awake at night, thinking of Yurik, how I was a coward at a time when he needed me, when I knew that he would have done the same for me. I also wonder what became of Dr. Ahmed, if he ever did find that shrine he was talking about, or if he was killed like the rest of them. But the thing that truly haunts me at night are those eyes. Those deep, red, fiery eyes. Shit. I glanced at my watch. 12:52. Ah, shit. I hadn't planned on staying out so late. Normally, being out until the small hours of the morning on a weekend wouldn't bother me. Unfortunately, this wasn't your everyday situation. Since arriving in Beijing, all of us foreigners have been ridiculously busy with class. Getting adjusted to intensive level Chinese isn't easy, and we had all been shut in our rooms, studying furiously to keep up. But now it was the weekend, and all bets were off. All of the other foreign students had wanted to go to Sanlitun to drink and dance. For those unfamiliar with the Beijing area, Sanlitun is Beijing's party palace. Clubs, bars, and everything else young adults could possibly get into on a Saturday night cluster here, with their blinking neon lights and rave music. Here was possibly the highest concentration of foreigners in all of China. It was somewhat comforting to be around a crowd of your own, no longer whispered about and pointed at. What a change to go from this anonymous, seedy environment to the cold, harsh glare of the subway. Ah, the subway. That was the problem I was facing as I rushed down the streets of Sanlitun, practically bolting towards the Tuanjihu subway station. Instead of opting to live in the foreign student dorms, like most of my classmates, I just had to challenge myself by living with a host family. Not that I don't like them. Don't get me wrong, they're lovely. Living with them has definitely improved my Chinese. The only problem is that they live in Changping, an hour and a half away from Pekingyu, Sanlitun, Wudokao, and all the other places that actually matter to a college student like myself. Normally, I didn't mind the commute. It allowed me a little time to study or listen to music on my way to school, providing I didn't arrive at the hell that is rush hour. But at night time, it was much more problematic. Let's put it in financial terms. The subway ride from my house to Pekingyu, or Sanlitun for that matter, is about 5 kuai. not so bad, right? But my host family had informed me that the subway closes at 11 p.m. Seriously? So, if I wanted to get home, I'd have to hop into a cab, which would definitely be at least 100 kuai. That's maybe around $40 in American money, which isn't so bad for a cab ride that promised to be about 45 minutes at best. But I still wasn't willing to fork out money like that every weekend when I wanted to go out. It adds up, you know. I know what you're thinking. If the subway closes at 11 p.m., why was I rushing for it at 1 in the morning? I should mention that I'm in high-level Chinese, but my Chinese is still far from fluent. I was sure that my host family had said 11 p.m., but what if they were wrong? If there was even the slightest chance that the subway was still open, I would go and take it. If not, hopefully I'd be in a good spot to catch a cab. As I approached the subway station, I saw the promising fluorescent lights glowing from its depths. Oh, thank God, I thought to myself. No more worrying about being ripped off, dropped off at the wrong place, or murdered. Yeah, I've always been a bit paranoid. I bounded down the stairs, my footsteps echoing and bouncing off tiled walls. It was pretty empty, but that's what I'd expect so late at night. I walked briskly to the security check, my spirits lifting immensely. I couldn't wait to get home and shower. I looked at the guards, and I stopped in my tracks. A serious-looking Chinese man stared back at me. Rather than the black, military-esque uniform that I was accustomed to seeing, he was attired in a long cloak with a high collar, very classical Chinese. A strange red and black hat adorned his thick, braided hair. The most troubling aspect of his dress, however, was a thick, yellowing scroll of paper that seemed pasted onto his chest with thick, black Chinese characters scrawled down the front. I tried half-heartedly to read the characters, but they swirled across my line of vision in a confusion of strokes that led me to believe that they must be in ancient Chinese. His piercing eyes ripped through me, freezing my heart into a dead stop. Hi? He continued to stare at me, with no answer. I tried again, speaking in Chinese this time. Hey, is the subway open? When does it close? He stared at me again, his lips set in a straight line. Wow, so helpful. I was beginning to feel extremely uncomfortable. Should I just leave? I was about to turn around and hightail it out of there when his lips parted slightly. His eyes remained fixed and rigid, while his mouth squirmed against the pale skin like a twisting worm. But, wait as I did, no sound issued forth. Once he had finished speaking, he looked at me expectantly. If I'd been back home, I would have taken him for a lunatic and turned tail. But the thing is, I was in Beijing. Maybe this was a part of the culture that I didn't understand. Maybe something weird was happening, and I didn't quite get it. Maybe it was only weird to me, but not to your average Beijing local. So stupid as I was, I didn't let it end there. Maintaining strong eye contact, I pointed to myself, then pointed to the stairs that led into the subway. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, and I passed through without any further issue. Next came the turnstiles. I tried to swipe my handy-dandy subway card, but nothing registered. They were open anyway, and the guard wasn't paying me any attention, so I stepped through with a shrug. Well, whatever. Free ride for me. As I descended into the fluorescent tunnel, I began berating myself for making this journey. Why didn't I just stay in the dorm with my friends? Well, actually, the answer to that question was pretty simple. Who wanted to sleep on a rock-hard bed with a bunch of drunks? No thanks. I'll take my chances with creepy subway guard. To my surprise, a plethora of people awaited me when I arrived at my platform. At least, I think it was my platform. It was situated where my platform was supposed to be, but the sign said changed. Instead of the cheap plastic that slicked the walls in the morning, there were these heavy wooden signs with carved squiggles that I could not decipher. I began to grow colder as I wondered what the hell I'd gotten myself into. However, I managed to stay calm due to the crowd. If there were this many people waiting for the train, then it had to arrive and go somewhere, right? I needed to remain calm. Just think of this as an adventure, like I'm Bilbo Baggins or something. It took me a moment to realize that something else was wrong. Everyone was silent. Usually the subway was a cacophony of laughter, idle chatter, and angry voices pushing their way through the crowds. On this occasion, however, the silence was so palpable that I could taste it, like sawdust on my tongue. And when I looked around, their mouths were all moving, just as the guard before. Their lips blossomed and closed like dragon snaps, but no sound came forth. I'll admit it, I was just about to walk back up those stairs and leave when the subway pulled up to the platform. All of a sudden, these still passengers burst to life and filled the thus far empty train. I was swept along with them, practically carried into the train car by a mob of businessmen, old women and children. Wait, children? I looked down and I saw a 6-year-old girl at my feet. Her eyes solemn and her hair pulled back into pigtails. She appeared to be accompanied by no one, and none of the other passengers paid any attention to her. I knelt down to her eye level. "Hey there, do you know where your mummy and daddy are?" I should have kept my mouth shut. Without blinking, her eyes as cold and blank as chalk, her mouth shuddered and twisted. No sound. Shit. Suddenly, I was approached by another passenger. By this point, all eyes were on me. I was used to being stared at because my porcelain skin so clearly marks me as a foreigner. But this was somehow different. The stares were intense rather than curious. For the first time, I really felt like I didn't belong here. The passenger who approached me was a man perhaps in his late 50s, with greying hair and a scraggly mustache to match. He kept his mouth pressed in a firm line as he handed me a block of chocolate. What the hell? He placed it in my hand, stared right at my gaping jaw, and waited patiently. The other passengers just continued staring too. The stares got more intense, if that's even possible. But the mouths, they continued their hell dance, uninterrupted. I shuddered. I don't know why I did what I did next. It was stupid and horrible, and it probably saved my life. I bit into that brick of chocolate. Immediately, an awful taste filled my mouth, and I began to choke, spitting the mush out and onto the ground without hesitation. One thought surfaced through the murky confusion in my mind. Mud. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of joke? And then, all of a sudden, a roar of noise filled the air. I could hear hundreds of conversations issuing from those grimy lips, accompanied by appropriate laughter, snorts, scoffs, and coughs. All eyes were still on me, but for all intents and purposes, it sounded like a regular Beijing Subway. The shock must have registered on my face because the man who had approached me laughed. "I think you're lost." I stared at him. No, I'm going to Hikyo Station." A chorus of laughter rang out around him. "Do you not know where this train goes?" Now I was getting frustrated. "Hikyo, I ride it every morning." He nodded sagely. "Yes, and I'm sure in the morning it does go there. But at night it serves a different purpose." I struggled to keep up with his muddled accent. What was he saying? Listen carefully. I tuned into the conversation next to me. It was between a young man, no more than 20 years old, and a middle-aged woman wearing a red scarf. "What happened to you?" asked the man. "Car accident." "You?" He blushed. "Suicide." She hit his shoulder with a scoff of disgust. "You should have valued your life more. Now what will happen when you are judged, The man looked agitated and preoccupied with his thoughts. In the meantime, I had turned ashen. I looked back at the man. "Where does this train go?" "I think you already know." I began to panic as the train ground to a halt. "And this is your stop?" My panic grew. No, I don't want to go." He smiled at me kindly. "Trust me, you'll be fine." As the doors slid open, he shoved me out. I found myself alone, standing in the bright fluorescent lights of a subway platform identical to the Tsunami station. For one moment, I looked around, waiting breathlessly for a sign of life. Then I bolted up the stairs. As I ran past the security guard, I heard his laughter call after me. It bounced sickeningly off the walls and wormed its way into my skull. I shrieked, and I bolted out of the station, desperate to escape that sound. Suddenly, I was standing in Sunlaton again, as though I had never left. The street was congested with people who seemed completely indifferent to the fact that I'd almost been sent to the underworld. They chatted by while I whirled back around. The subway was dark, deserted, and locked up tight. I trembled quietly as I stared into that abyss. Now, I knew what the inside of that darkness looked like. A young Chinese couple approached me. The man stuttered out in broken English. "Are you okay? You look sick." I stared at him, thinking vaguely of the young suicide victim on his way to judgment. "I want to go home," I muttered in Chinese, casting a sidelong glance back at the subway. As they hailed a taxi for me and spoke to each other in hushed voices, I stared up at the sky. That brick of mud still clutched tightly in my hand.